All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Please be seated. Welcome and good morning. Court Officer, can you please call the case?
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case KSC BC 2020-04, Specialist Prosecutor versus Peter Shala.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. I see that the SPO is in the same composition as yesterday afternoon. Is that right?
Correct, Your Honor.
Then we note that for the record. And I see the Victims' Council's team is in the same composition.
Your Honor, that's right.
Okay, very well. And now I go to the defense team. That's different from yesterday, so I give the floor to the Defense Counsel to say who's present.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning. So that's almost the same. I'm Mr. Jelissen. We are here with Mr. Awini and Mrs. Leto Kariolu, Ms. Janeta Petrovic, our case manager, Juliette Healy and Judith Cole, two evidence review assistants, and of course with Mr. Shala by video link as usual. Thank you.
Very well. For the record, Mr. Shala, you can hear the translation fine?
Good morning, I can hear you very well.
Today we continue with the presentation of the evidence by the Specialist Prosecutor's Office. We will hear the cross-examination of defense witness number 6, Mr. Bardul Mahmouti, and we will also hear the questioning by Victims' Counsel. The schedule for today will depend on how we proceed. It could be that we are in court till 4 o'clock and with a shorter lunch break, but let us see how we proceed and we take it from there. Before we proceed with the witness testimony, we would like to issue an oral order regarding the items that the SPO intends to use during the questioning of today's witnesses. And I will also come back to the latest disclosure that we received some minutes before coming to court. We will first address the request of the SPO regarding the 76 items, and then we will turn to the SPO request from yesterday to add the 2 newly disclosed items to its present queue with the additional translations we received. Okay, the original request. The SPO seeks to use 76 items. 69 of those are newly disclosed. There are different categories, documents and media. The defense objects to use the use of 4 specific categories listed in its revised email. We received that the 20th of September, so yesterday at 2:05. It are social media posts, related material, documents related to previous court proceedings. There were books and articles and videos. And your objection are based on lack of relevance. That's our short summary. In order to make efficient use of the time available in court, we received submissions from the parties through email, and we will now issue the oral ruling. Upon careful consideration, we find that the SPO has not established the relevance of certain documents included in its presentation queue to the present case and the charges against the accused. While in some instances we were not able to assess the relevance of the items at hand, we will not permit, and we also already sent an email on beforehand in order for everybody to be more prepared which numbers that are. Those are numbers, and I follow the numbering in the presentation queue. Those are 4, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 20, 21, 22, 30, 31, 44, 52, 53, and 73. And this is without prejudice to the SPO asking the panel to reconsider on a case-by-case basis in case the relevance of an item becomes evident during cross-examination. Yeah? If that is the case, we expect you to justify why you think it should be used, and then we can have a litigation in court regarding the document. Yes, the SPO seeks leave to use 2 additional documents, namely 2 media articles in Serbian language, and they are cited as a source in the book of the witness. It's page 80 and page 81. And you argue, Mr. Prosecutor, that you intend to use these documents to question the witness about the methodology followed by him in writing his book, a matter that was discussed yesterday during examination in chief by the defense of the witness. We have received, as I already said, the English translations this morning by email at 9 to 5. I would like to give the defense and victims counsel the floor to react, to respond before we proceed. Defense counsel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning to Your Honors and everyone in and around the courtroom. Your Honor, we just received the documents. We noted the explanation of our colleagues from the SPO. If it relates to specific elements mentioned in the examination in chief, we have no objection. That is only relevant if something that has been mentioned by the witness is tested by the opposing party. However, we will have a number of objections on the specific use of other items because we believe the use goes far beyond what is permitted in cross-examination. But for those specific documents and for the intended use as mentioned by the SPO, we believe this is permissible. The witness has explained methodology. They can explore methodology with him, but we have to be aware of the limits of relevance that we had in examination in chief, and the same standards should apply to both parties in terms of what is relevant and what is not. We believe we will come back to certain litigation afterwards on specific items to be efficient.
Thank you, defense counsel. Just for clarification, to which items are you referring when you say that you would like you intend to relitigate?
Your Honors, obviously, we want to put our objection when the presentation queue is put, and that's what we did, because when we tried to object to the use of certain documents that, in principle, we don't have a problem with the document itself, but the use intended by the SPO, this is what we did with the exchange of emails on which Your Honors have made rulings. However, we see that some areas, potential areas, are not explored in that. If that becomes apparent that the intention of the SPO is to use certain documents for certain specific purposes, we will have a strong objection. I can give you an example, Your Honors, but we can do it on case specific afterwards.
Defense counsel, the panel will give an oral with regard to the use of documents as they are now in the queue, the presentation queue. Those documents the SPO will be allowed to use, and in principle there will be no litigation on that. My remark was that if there are documents which we now don't allow for, and the use becomes apparent during cross-examination, they are allowed to raise the point, and then, of course, you will be put in a position to react to it. That's how we're going to proceed. And if you have any objection to questions, that's not different than than in other occasions, you raise the point and we will assess it as we normally do. Very well. Victims' Council, is there something you would like to add in this respect?
We certainly don't object to the addition of these documents.
Thank you, Victims' Council. Then we will proceed with an oral order. We note that the SPO has clearly indicated in what way it intends to use these documents, and that the SPO has disclosed the documents immediately after the end of the examination in chief, during which the issue of the methodology and sources was discussed with the witness. We have taken on board the submissions of the defense and of Victims' Council, who don't object. The documents are not lengthy, and they are cited as sources in the book of the witness. We find that their addition to the list of materials to be used will cause no prejudice to the defense. We grant the request for the above reasons. Very well. In light of the above, Madame Court Officer, I instruct you to amend the presentation queue of the SPO according to the above instructions, and it is my understanding that that can be done very quickly. Thank you for that, and that concludes our oral order. And I do have another remark for the SPO, and in respect of this matter, in the future, if the SPO anticipates to use a large number of items in cross-examination, I think that, no, more than I think, we urge you to disclose and list this material at the earliest opportunity, both for the other party, for Victims' Council, and for the panel. And it's our preference that it's not one day before. We would like to avoid rushing and also give due consideration to the matter, and also to litigate if necessary. And we understand that it can happen once, but it would. We prefer that it doesn't become a way of working, because that makes things maybe too complicated. I will finish with these instructions, and then we discontinue for a moment the hearing without leaving the courtroom, because we have a technical problem with one of the computers of the colleagues, and it's better to have that resolved, and it would be kind of disruptive to have somebody at the back of the table while we are talking. So this would be our, we urge you to do, and yes.
Your Honor, we will do our best to accommodate this request, to comply with this request. In the absence of statements for most of these witnesses, Your Honor, it's difficult to prepare in advance, and we scramble to look through our database, and oftentimes this job continues up until the day before we're due to cross the witness. So if we had statements, we could have perhaps better accommodated this request, but we'll do our best nevertheless. Your Honor, I would have two requests with regard to the ruling just issued to Your Honor, by Your Honors in relation to our presentation queue. The first one is to avoid that I end up using a document that Your Honors have stated I shouldn't be using. I have a have them listed in my plan, received the email with the numbers in the presentation queue just before coming to court. I would request 10 to 15 minutes to go through my plan and confronting it with the presentation queue to weed out and delete the documents that Your Honors have said we can't use. I just want to avoid calling up documents that we've been told not to use.
I think that is not a problem. We can adjourn the hearing for 15 minutes, and I hope that in the meantime the computer of our colleague can be restarted. So that's not a problem. And there was one last point, a very administrative one, that the list of items that the SPO intends to use for classification examination for next time, if it would be numbered, it would also be helpful, because it was a large number.
By all means, Judge, of course, we'll improve
Yes.
our methodology. Secondly, Your Honor, I heard, we just heard Your Honors would allow for requests for reconsiderations in relation to single documents during the cross-examination of the witness. Now, I would have a request for reconsideration concerning one document, for which, however, I would need the witness to be escorted out in making the application. I could also make this application now because I think that one document is relevant, especially in relation to another document that Your Honors have left on the list. So with Your Honors' leave, I would make this application now to avoid having to escort the witness out at a later stage.
We will proceed in that way. Then defense and victims' counsel are put in the possibility to make their submissions, and then we adjourn for the SPO to go through the examination plan and for the computer to be repaired. So we will proceed. You have the floor. Defense counsel, you have the floor first, then.
Sorry to interrupt, Your Honor. Just to respond to this before my colleague makes his request for reconsideration, just to say that the late disclosure has nothing to do with the statements or absence of statements of this witness. We have provided a very accurate summary, and what the witness has testified about is exactly that. We have provided disclosure of the document that was the main document we worked on yesterday during the whole morning, and the book, which took part of the afternoon. So we don't accept that due to the absence of a statement, a dump of 76 documents on the eve of the cross-examination was necessary. We didn't make any comments about it, but this has put us as well in a difficult situation. That's the first point. And the second point, Your Honor, we also would like to have the opportunity to ask for reconsideration for the order to allow certain documents, because we believe that we have further submissions to make or to reply to some of the submissions of the SPO as to the relevance, but not only the relevance. And that's why we accept if we have to do it through the questioning, because what we object to is the intentions of the use of certain documents. Some of the submissions of our colleagues on the SPO about allegiance and bias, we have to respond to, and we probably also would need to have an opportunity to ask for reconsideration. If you want to hear us, Your Honors, we're ready to do it as well.
With respect to the first point, you have made your point, but I think that the panel already made the point. It was clear what the panel said to the SPO. So we have asked the SPO for next time to do it in a different way. Yeah. So, secondly, I missed something in your presentation. The SPO has requested now. No, I will give you the floor later on. Would you like to give a further reasoning for the document you would like to use?
Your Honor, thank you. My request, Your Honor, concerns a document with ERN SPOE 00209429, which I believe is number 30 in our presentation queue. This is a document containing communiques number 42 and 43 issued by the Kosovo Liberation Army on 27 February 1998 and published in the LPK publication Zeri i Kosoves. Your Honors, we also have listed in the documents for our cross-examination an interview that the witness gave to the Christian Science Monitor on 15 April 1998. That is 40 days, approximately 40 days, after the issuance of Communique 42. Your Honors, the witness was part of the KLA political directorate. He was involved, as we will be able to show, in the drafting of communiques. We believe that the witness knew the content of that communique. In that communique, the KLA took responsibility for the killing of a person named Mustafa Kurti. This person, Your Honor, was a civilian. He was an employee at the post office in Dranots. Now, when 40 days later, the witness made statements that the KLA only targeted state officials, we believe that was made in the knowledge that the statement was untrue, or at least in the knowledge that, in fact, there was a different policy by the KLA. To us, this goes to the credibility of the witness in general, and to the credibility of any statement the witness has made to this court, to his bias against this whole judicial process, and to the reasons why he accepted to be a witness and to come to testify before this court. So we would like to use Communique 42 in combination with the article published in the Christian Science Monitor, and we request Your Honors to reconsider your decision with respect to that document. Thank you.
And could you indicate which number is the article?
Yes, Your Honor. So the article, I have the ERN readily available. I don't have my presentation queue in front of me. Could I give you the ERN for the time being?
But for next time, it is helpful that we have both, because that... yeah.
Absolutely. Understood. Not apologies. The number, the ERN number is SPOE 003 41109 003 41116. And in fact, I think there should be number 31 in the, no. So that's the ERN number. And the statement I was talking about is to be found at ERN SPOE 003 41111.
Your Honor, it's number 37, if we're not mistaken, in the list. We believe it is number 37 in the list, if that could help, if we're not mistaken.
I think the SPO can reply to that now because they don't have the presentation queue in front of them, but I noted it as the suggestion.
Thank you for the assistance.
But thank you for assisting us in this. Very well. With regard to your second point, Defense Counsel, we will take that as the issue arise during the examination. During the examination, I will give you now the floor to react to what the SPO has said.
Thank you, Your Honor. And sorry to say that, but what the SPO just elucidated now is exactly the point of our objections, Your Honor. The intentions of the SPO today is to elicit evidence that is completely irrelevant to our case, and with all due respect, since we received this disclosure, we were questioning whether this was a mistaken disclosure for case 6, Your Honor. This has nothing to do with this witness and the evidence of this witness in this case. The credibility issue, Your Honor, has to go to what the witness has said in the box. If they are going to test his credibility about his whereabouts and whether he was in Albania or not, we're happy to sit and listen to it. If they are going to test his credibility of about what he has written in his book and his methodology, we will sit and listen to that carefully, Your Honor. And this is completely appropriate. However, Your Honor, KLA policy has nothing to do with this case. The SPO has objected to relevance of some witnesses and evidence related to the brigade. We're not going to bring the directorate now and talk about it. This has nothing to do with this case. It's not part of the case that they have brought. And if they wished to bring this evidence, they should have brought their own witnesses to do that. This is not a fishing expedition for other cases. We strongly object to that. As to the argument of bias, Your Honor, this is not bias. This is the personal opinions in media, social media, about this witness, and this witness does not have to be a friend of this court or have no political opinions about the institutions, anything that happens in his homeland and something that affects his homeland, Kosovo. This has nothing to do, he has taken the oath, he has spoken about specific facts, and Your Honor, everybody was here and listened to this witness. He came as an individual. The only mention of his title and his capacity was to explain why he was traveling. We did not explore any matters about what he was doing, his job, his knowledge about certain things. We have brought him for the specific point of bringing comments about the allegations of witnesses of the SPO and nothing other than that. And we remind our colleagues, and Your Honors are certainly aware of that, of the Rule 143, where there is a limit for cross-examination. This is not an opportunity for the SPO to go and try to find other evidence for this case or other cases. This point of bias and alleged allegiance to other accused, and we note that they mentioned the Mustafa case. This witness doesn't know Peter Shala. What allegiance are we talking about? Are we going to talk about the accused in other cases? We have never mentioned that, and the witness has never mentioned that. So we have a very strong objection to the use and the intentions of the SPO. We believe this is a dangerous attempt, and we urge you to protect the integrity of these proceedings by not allowing the prosecutor to go in those areas that have nothing to do with the examination in chief. Your Honors have set the limits of relevance with cases yesterday in chief. The standards have to be the same for the other party. Those are our submissions, and we will make those on specific points or specific items as we go item by item, Your Honors. But we really want to put that objection on the record and caution everyone that this is not the objective, and the rules don't allow for this kind of exercise in cross-examination. This is not the purpose of cross-examination. This is not the evidence of this witness. Sorry if I've spoken too fast, Your Honor. Sorry.
It might be
Thank you, Defense Counsel. To start with, we already said at the beginning that with regard to the possibility for the SPO to relitigate certain decisions, because maybe the relevancy could not completely be assessed by the panel, we already informed you that you would be given the possibility, because if we relitigate, it means that we do the round. So there I don't think that there is a problem. We'll give the opportunity now to Victims' Counsel. We do one more round, and then we will adjourn. Victims' Counsel, you have the floor.
Thank you. We support the application by the SPO, and I'm afraid we disagree strongly with the submissions that have just been made on behalf of the defence. Our submission is this: the issue of credibility of a witness is not limited in the way that has just been described by Defence Counsel. That is to say, it is not limited to the witness's credibility solely in respect of the topics on which he or she has testified. A witness's credibility is to be considered by a panel in the round, and the clearest possible support for that proposition comes from this. the defence quite properly have used previous convictions of a witness in order to undermine a witness's credibility. There's no objection to that at all, and the reason for that is that credibility is to be considered broadly. Those previous convictions had no direct relevance to the witness's credibility, and the panel knows the witness to whom I'm referring. And so it doesn't lie with them at this stage to say that credibility must be so narrowly confined as they have suggested. The position with this witness is, in our submission, this. He has given an extreme opinion about some connection which we've yet to properly explore between somebody, a journalist in respect of whom he watched an interview. We don't know where he watched it, but 3 years ago. And that, in his view, has entitled him to express an opinion about events in Cookish. This is, we suggest, far beyond the boundaries of ordinary testimony, and to suggest that a witness who is prepared to make the leaps that he has made can't be questioned about his allegiances and his bias, we suggest is misguided. This witness's credibility is really to be viewed in all possible lights available to the panel. That's what we submit with respect.
Thank you, Victims' Counsel. Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor.
I'll be very brief because Victims' Counsel has already covered much of what I wanted to say. I'll just observe two things. That Rule 143, paragraph 3, which was quoted by the defense, states that cross-examination shall be limited to the subject matter of the direct examination and matters affecting the credibility of the witness. This is also a well-known principle. When exploring credibility, it's not limited to the matters, it's not the credibility of the things he said solely in direct examination. It concerns the credibility, a more broad concept of credibility, as observed by Victims' Counsel. Secondly, the defense cannot think to bring a witness here who made these very extreme statements and shield him from a credibility assessment which can be based on a number of issues, be that a criminal record or false statements made in the past on matters that are related to the subject matter in this trial. So we maintain our point that we should be able to explore these matters, and we maintain our request for reconsideration with regard to Communique 42.
But I think we have said it all now. If you're going to say something new, Defense Counsel, I must say that but we are starting a new round. You see that, because we end there. What has not been said yet?
2 points, Your Honors. I'm glad Victims' Counsel mentioned the criminal record because we were not allowed to use the criminal record. And we were told to do it through documents. We could not explore it with that witness they mentioned. But that's a very good example. And it was for different thing than credibility. It was for bad character, possible injuries, and involvement in some criminal activities of relevance. To the point of the SPO, this is what we say. This is not a credibility test. What they are attempting to do is that to try to show that this individual is not a legitimate person to be a witness. How does that relate to his whereabouts? We accept the methodology of the books. Okay, but he's passed, and if the attempt to say this is not a suitable person to become a witness in this case...
But now you're repeating yourself. I heard that. No, but if you say it once, I promise you, I hear it. So please don't repeat it because it's not necessary in this court.
The point is we say this is not what they call credibility. They are disguising this as credibility, and it is not credibility. Personal opinions and those kind of things are an attempt for the legitimacy of this person to be a witness, not credibility, not whether he's to be trusted or not on what he testified. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Victims Counsel.
May I just respond very briefly to the suggestion that the defence were not allowed to use the previous convictions of the witness to whom I just referred. I'm sorry, we've just responded to, and the panel has dealt with, a Rule 130 motion in which it seems, at least to my memory, there was reference to those convictions. So it is, we suggest, very difficult for the defence to say they have not been allowed to use them.
Thank you.
I think, if memory serves me well, Your Honor, Victims Counsel, during the examination of this witness, defense counsel, we simply agreed that we wouldn't object to the tendering in evidence of the criminal record, and they just decided to tender it without pursuing the, without asking any questions on it. Well, they were not forbidden. I don't recall there being anything in the record prohibiting them from exploring the criminal record of a witness in this trial.
Very well. We leave it for here. It's 10 minutes past 9:30, so we come back at 10 o'clock. The hearing is adjourned.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. Welcome back. We have been deliberating, and we have now a change of our morning structure, I would say. We will now continue for 1.5 hours till 12 o'clock, and then we will have an hour break, for lunch. Good. Back to where we left before we adjourned. And I look at my right-hand side, same composition. It goes for the Victims Counsel and also for the defense, so that's on record. Very well. Yes, we deliberated on the points that lay before us for discussion. We have received a request by the SPO to use 2 documents, which are number 30 and number 37 in combination. Item 30 is on the list of the panel, and that is there's an item that we have not allowed to be used this morning according to our oral order. We have allowed for item 37. Having heard the arguments of the parties and Victims Counsel in this instance, we are of the view that the explanation by the SPO meets the relevant standard, taking into account that in accordance with Article 143, paragraph 3 of the Rules of Procedure and Evidence, matters affecting the credibility have to be understood broadly. And that's the reason they are allowed to use it. However, this is without prejudice for the defense to raise anything they deem necessary in this respect. And then the panel would like to reiterate that Rule 143, paragraph 3 of the Rules of Procedure and Evidence clearly establishes, and I'm just reading out what is said in the Rules of Procedure and Evidence, that matters affecting the credibility of the witness are not limited to the subject matter of the examination in chief. So it speaks for itself. Secondly, the criminal history of the witness is available for the panel for its determination at the end of this trial. So it is, I would say, in colloquial language, in. And without now going back to how the testimony of the witness we are discussing went, I just want to cite the transcript of the 5th of June, page 837 till 1842, where the discussion with regard to admitting or not certain questions was done. And I think that speaks for itself how it went. So, but it is in that document. Anyway, last point for the SPO. The panel directs you also for next time that if documents should be read in combination, it is useful for the panel and for the party and for Victims' Council to be informed. And I've heard what you said before about any difficulties you might have encountered, but it adds to our possibility of assessing beforehand what is the relevance of certain documents.
Of course, Your Honors, we'll make sure to do that.
Very well. Then we are at a point that we can call the witness in. No further points to raise with the panel? No? Good. Madame Court Usher, could you bring the witness in, please? Good morning, Mr. Mahmouti. Welcome back to the Specialist Chambers.
Yes.
Good morning.
You hear me well?
Oh,
Yes, I can.
We started later than was envisaged this morning due to some procedural matters. How are you today?
Mir.
I'm good.
Mr. Mahmouti, you are still under oath to tell the truth. You understand that?
Oh,
I do.
Completed the questioning by the defense. I will now give the floor to the Specialist Prosecutor's Office for their cross-examination. I have noted that the defense has used 2 hours and let's say a quarter of an hour for its examination in chief. You are expected to adhere to that time. You have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Mahmouti. I'd like to begin by asking you a few questions about how you became a witness for the Shala defense. Do you recall the time when you were first contacted by the defense from Mr. Shala?
saksisht nuk më kujton.
I don't recall exactly when.
Would it have been a month ago or a year ago, approximately?
Përpara një viti,
It was not before a year ago, certainly, but I can't tell you exactly when.
Mr. Witness, it was not, I don't understand your answer. Was it a year ago, more than a year ago, or was it some months ago?
Para 10 mois.
Several months ago, some months ago.
Since the first time you were contacted after you were contacted by the defense, did you meet in person with representatives from Mr. Shala's defense team?
Jam takuar
I met in person during a very brief meeting, but I met and I had to interrupt the meeting due to reasons that have nothing to do with these proceedings, but were private matters.
And after did this meeting in person take place after the first contact was made? And if so, do you recall how long after the first contact was made?
ka qenë I vetmi
This was the only physical contact we had, in the course of which I provided them with my books. We discussed some matters related to the content of my books, and the remainder of our contacts was done through the phone, for what I can remember.
Yeah.
I see that the question was different from the answer. I don't think that Mr. Witness understood the answer rightly.
Your Honor, good morning. Yes, I would just like to ask our learned friend what is the purpose of these questions, because depending on the answer, we may have an objection as to the relevance of this line of questioning.
I think it's a very, common question to ask how they came into contact with the defense. I don't think that we need any litigation on that.
Yes, but may I, Mr. President? Yes, the way we had contact with the witness, yes, but not to introduce the question about our work. That's inside the defense work, of course. And this is a protected matter, I consider.
But the question was something different
No.
than the answer. I think that the question was very legitimate. How much time after? And then, and that was the reason that I raised it, because I saw that we received another question than what that was asked.
I think we are on the edge, and that's why I prefer to say now, take care not to go too far. That's why I prefer to say.
That is the role of all of us. Thank you.
Your Honor, I am well aware of the privileged nature of the communication of the defense work product, but there are some questions that I'm allowed to ask, and I will be asking them.
But we did not get the answer to your question.
I will ask that.
Okay, good.
Mr. Mahmoudi, you told us that the first time, I seem to understand, the first contact happened by phone. Is that correct?
Correct.
Long after the phone contact you had with the defense, did you meet in person with representatives of the defense team?
nuk më kujto.
I don't remember.
Are you able to tell the panel whether it was a matter of days, weeks, or months?
Këto aspekte teknik
The technical aspects you're referring to did not have any importance in the way I function or work, and therefore this is the reason why I don't remember them.
tried to answer the questions, and you just told us that it is some months ago that there was a first contact. So unless you're sharing with us that there are memory problems, a slight indication if it was one day after or a month after should be possible, Mr. Witness. So please answer the questions of Mr. Prosecutor. And it's not about one day more or less, but approximately.
Nu cam kur far problem.
I have no problems. I don't have any issues with my memory, but I remember things I'm interested in. I don't remember when the call took place and how much time after this call we met.
Very well, I'll move on. Before making the first contact, before receiving the first, in fact, there's an additional question I want to ask. The first contact you had with the defense, did the defense reach out to you, or was it you who reached out to them?
Mă ca contactul.
The defense contacted me because I didn't even know who were the members of the defense team of Mr. Peter Shala.
At the time you were contacted, the time that they made a telephone contact with you, were you aware of the charges brought by the SPO against Mr. Shala?
Cam qenë në njohuri.
I was aware to the extent that this information was made available, publicly available in the media.
So were you aware of what information did you have at the time? What did you know about the case against Mr. Shala?
Lidhur me akuzat.
In relation to the charges filed against Peter Shala, I learned about this from the media in general terms, and I never went to the official web page of the specialist chambers to inquire or search in more specifically what was this about.
After you had your first meeting with the defense, in fact your first contact by phone, did you try to find out more information about what the case was about?
Me qenë se në
Since during our first contact we discussed the content of my book, I did not inquire any further in relation to the charges filed against Peter Shala.
Did the defense not provide you with an overview of the case during your meeting or at any later point?
me mbrojtjen.
We discussed with the defense team only in the content of my book. And none of the elements related to the file or the case of Peter Shala was ever discussed during our meetings. I explained to them everything about my political journey without knowing the reasons or utility of this data to them.
Apologies for interrupting. However, we are now discussing the contents of meetings with the defense team.
For next time, it's good, it's sufficient that you ask the floor, and then I will give you the floor, and this is, it will facilitate our exchanges, yes? What is your position on that?
Your Honor, I don't think that I'm inquired about any privileged information, it's just whether the witness was informed about the case. I don't think that this qualifies as privileged information, or they didn't ask what questions they asked of the witness or what aspects they discussed, whether he just knew the general nature of the case.
With your leave, Your Honor. This is not the defense case. We are not accused.
I don't hear you well, sorry. I will put it louder.
Yeah, this is not the defense case. We are not accused. They are talking question about the way we use to investigate and to work. About the witness, I don't have any problem, but we are talking about us. And I consider that's really the privileged matter you are in the core of. You don't have a look at. You don't have a look at. Even if you are very at ease to ask some questions, the real question is the kind of work we made with the witness. And it cannot be, that's really a privileged matter, I consider, yeah.
I think that what you can ask is what he knows, what the witness knows about the case. I think that that is enough. And there is a borderline, and we were getting real close. So,
Understood, Your Honor. Do you remember, you told us that the meeting was short. Do you remember approximately how long the meeting lasted before you had to leave for private reasons, which I don't want to ask you about?
I don't think it lasted more than 30 minutes. After which I excused myself because they had traveled all that way to meet me. However, I had some imperatives I had to attend to, and as a result, the whole meeting lasted half an hour. If I'm not mistaken, this took place in last summer. I don't recall the exact date. And again, these are specifics that I did not memorize. Had I had the opportunity to remember exactly the date of our meeting, I would share that with you today, obviously.
Did you, was a statement taken from you during that meeting?
During that meeting, we discussed the content of the book, and in particular, the pillars on which I based my argumentation regarding the functioning of the Serbian Secret Service. These were the matters we focused on. And also to make sure that all the sources I had used for this work were reliable sources. This is what I remember. I don't remember any other specifics. From what I can remember, I did not sign any statement, and these were the topics we discussed.
One last question to this is, was anybody taking notes as the meeting took place?
I don't recall. There were two representatives from the defense team. I don't remember taking notes. this was rather a conversation, as for what I could see, or between intellectuals who wanted to know whether what I have stated in my book is true and whether it can be substantiated.
Thank you. Moving on, you told us that at the time you met, you did not know the nature of the case against the accused. Now, between that meeting and today, yesterday, the time you came to testify, did you take the opportunity to acquaint yourself with the nature of the case through publicly available documents?
You guarantee
I guarantee you, despite being under oath, that none of the files connected to all the prosecution cases, especially prosecutor cases, I have read none of those. For the same reason that when I read all the inventions and fabrications published in the media in relation to the charges, this causes distress in me, and this was the reason I refused to read this and to condition myself. I came here without any prejudices and to testify about everything I know and only about what I know.
Very well. Mr. Mahmouti, you testified yesterday that... Yeah.
Mr. Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor, and apologies for interrupting, but we want to place on the record that our colleagues have attempted to cast doubt on our ethics and the way we work, and to explore with the witness a potential misrepresentation, misconduct by the defense. We want to put it on the record, and we take great exception at that, despite what they said they would attempt to do with the witness. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Prosecutor, do you want to react or do you want to continue?
No, I'd like to continue, Your Honor. Thank you.
Please proceed.
Actually, I would just like to add that the defense does not give evidence in the case. So we ask that of the witness because that's what evidence in the case, and that's what the judges can rely on. I'll move on now.
Now, I give the possibility to defense counsel to react. Please.
Very shortly, Your Honor. No, we disagree. We have made representation. All the lawyers here are in the bar taken oath. When we have made representation that we didn't take statements and didn't take note, that was clear from lawyers. And we're going to privileged area just to explore misconduct. They should have put that case before they ask questions to the witness. We really are disturbed by this manner, Your Honor. Thank you.
I'll continue. You said that during the war you didn't know Mr. Peter Shala, and that would be at page 2516 of yesterday's transcript. Is that correct?
It's entirely accurate. I will give you only one example, Your Honor, with your permission. In November...
Mr. Witness, thank you for offering the possibility to give an example, but I will leave it to the prosecutor, to Mr. Prosecutor, to see if what he wants to explore. Yeah.
Did you have the opportunity to acquaint yourself, to meet Mr. Peter Shala after the war?
I have never met Peter Shala, be that before during or after the war. In November 2021, I visited The Hague, visited the detainees there. I filed an application for the people I knew to visit them. In the course of that visit, I did not file an application to visit Peter Shala because I had nothing to discuss with a man whom I did not know.
Now, this brings me to the people you want to see at the detention unit. You said that you're not familiar with the indictment in this case. Are you familiar with the public indictment, that is the accusation brought against Mr. Taci, Mr. Veseli, Mr. Krasniqi, and Mr. Salimi? Are you familiar with those charges?
With your leave, Your Honor, the relevance of this question is not clear to us.
I will ask Mr. Prosecutor to give that.
Your Honor, I'm happy to explain, but the witness will need to be excused for this
Yes.
purpose.
I was thinking of that. Thank you. Madame Court Usher, could you usher the witness out? Mr. Witness, you will be escorted out. Thank you. And can that be done in a public session? Okay, good.
I can. Your Honor, the witness, as we will be showing later during our cross-examination, by putting to him certain statements and that is made on media and Facebook posts, has made very specific and assertive statements on the fact that cases before this court are a fabrication by the Serbs, that this court is political. These statements appear even more surprising coming from someone who states not to even have read the indictments or any of the documents issued by this court. I believe that the panel should be able to assess the statements, the posts, Facebook posts by the witness and other statements in light of his knowledge of the cases. Because one thing is to cast a judgment about something that you know, and another thing is to cast judgment about something that you ignore and you don't know. So this is the relevance of these questions for us, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, we fully disagree and maintain this is absolutely not relevant. These statements, as we said, were personal opinions or comments made in the private sphere of media and social media. So if it is surprising to the prosecutor, you should probably ask him under oath. But this is not surprising because this is personal. It's not based on some research. What we have explored is a book he wrote about with sources. This is something very different, and we are not in case 6, Your Honor. We are absolutely not on case 6. Ms. Cariolo, I think, will have some additional comments.
Only to add that the witness's political opinions or otherwise are not relevant to the indictment in this case. And we do have an objection and maintain our objection we made in writing as to the relevance of eliciting this sort of evidence in cross.
We will continue and we will allow for the question. We think it's relevant in this aspect. Madame Court Usher is asked to bring the witness back in. Welcome back, Mr. Witness.
Mr. Ujiet.
Thank you.
Back to Mr. Prosecutor. Thank you.
So we've established that you have not acquainted yourself with indictments or public documents issued by this court. Now, before coming here, and this may have been on the 18th of September, I'm not certain, did you publish on social media the fact that you were coming to give evidence in the case against Peter Shala?
Po,
Yes, I did. I posted in order to avoid any attempts for journalists to be able to contact me through the telephone or social media. It is, that post is just an objective statement of information that it does not prejudice anything to do with the person or the proceedings here.
Further to your public announcement, has anyone approached you to discuss your upcoming testimony in this case other than the Shala defense?
pas publikimit
Not even Mr. Shala's defense team attempted to contact me after that post, and no one else has attempted either. I did not want to communicate with anyone for that matter. Mr. Peter Shala's defense, as far as I know, did not have the right to contact me as part of this procedure, with the exception of the occasion which lasted only a few seconds, and it was before my testimony here, right behind.
Imply that there was any improper contact after the cut-off line. Mr. Mahmoudi, thank you.
megjithatë pyetja
The question, however, hinted that maybe Mr. Shala's defense had contacted me. That was what the question was about, at least in translation. Well, I understood that to mean as a question on whether I was contacted after that. This implicitly meant what I'm trying to say, and I wanted to make it clear that the defense team has not contacted me.
That must have been an issue in translation, because in our understanding, and we can read out the question again, that was, for me, it was not implicated. It was a question, yeah, because it was posted on social media, yeah. If anybody, not implicating necessarily the defense, anybody had contacted you. No, you don't have to, but that is, and maybe in translation something happened, I don't know. But I want this on record.
po në përkthim ka
Your Honor, the translation left it open, and I am just citing here exactly the words, with the exception of Mr. Shala's defense. Has anyone else contacted you? And that's why I gave the explanation that I gave, because the hint was there that maybe the defense team had contacted me.
You not to repeat yourself, because what you just said I already heard. So once is enough. I hear very well. And secondly, I gave you already what we have read in the transcript. Mr. Prosecutor, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Mahmoudi, yesterday you provided gave some evidence about what your role was during the war in 1998 and 1999. I have some further questions about that. Yesterday you told us at page 2486 that before the war you were a member of the LPK, that is the People's Movement of Kosovo. Is that correct?
përpara luftës
before and during the war. During the war, I had two posts, member of the steering council of the People's Movement and the political representative of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
Are you familiar with the publication called Zeri Kosovis?
Po.
Was this publication affiliated in any way with the LPK?
Zëri Kosovë
Zeri Kosovos was the only newspaper which was totally dedicated to the political defense of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
shpirtnisht ka qenë gazeta.
It was, in a manner of speaking, and spiritually my newspaper. I have identified with the writings and articles of that newspaper.
Are you familiar with the publications Zeri Kosovis in the years 1998 and 1999 during the war effort?
Një numër shkri.
A number of them, not all of them, largely due to the fact that I was traveling all the time, making contacts all the time with people, be it in my capacity as a political representative of KLA or member of the steering council of the LPK. The dynamics of the war as it unfolded in Kosovo has made it impossible for me to be able to read every single article in that newspaper. The dynamics, in fact, dictated the fact that maybe over 90% of those articles I wasn't able to read.
Thank you. You told us yesterday at page 2487 that you would, if you had to put a date on when you became a member of the KLA, that would be June 1998. Is that correct?
Nga momenti
From the moment when I was appointed as a political representative of the KLA, in diplomatic circles, meetings with American delegations and so on, this happened in June 1998. This does not mean, however, that I joined the KLA on that particular date, because the LPK, let me make it quite clear, was a political organization that created the KLA and supported it politically.
And I understood your testimony yesterday. I just thought if you had to put a date, yesterday you said I would choose June 1998. And you've repeated now that your role was that of a political representative. Did you receive at any point a formal or public appointment to that position?
po.
Yes, it is. It's contained in the political statement of August 1998, which announced which were the 6 representatives of the KLA. If I am not wrong, this would be communique number 7.
You are correct, Mr. Mahmoudi. And who appointed you to that role?
Nuk e di çfarë.
I don't know how significant this is about this case. If it's necessary, I shall answer this question.
As long as I don't prohibit it, you are instructed to continue answering the questions of Mr. Prosecutor.
Janë 2 intervistë.
There are 2 interviews that Javed Haliti has given. Javed Haliti is one of those 6 people
who the members of this group were. I just would like to know who appointed you to this role. If you need a little preamble, please do, but let's focus on the question.
Isha tërësisht I
I was focused in giving that question. In the two interviews that Javid Haliti has given as a political representative of the KLA, he has explained that he authorized me to speak on behalf, to meet American delegations as representative of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
I think that the transcript is not saying exactly what Mr. Witness has said. Let me see. In the two interviews that he has given, as who was the representative of the KLA? Mr. Mahmouti in this sentence, or
Javid Haliti,
Javid Haliti, who was also a political representative of the KLA.
that you understand also when I talk English very well.
Was that appointment not announced, though, by the general staff of the Kosovo Liberation Army?
është një komunikat
There is a communique, and I can't recall which one exactly. There is one communique that says that Bardul Mahmouti has met foreign diplomatic representatives without giving any details. However, that is no political appointment. The political appointment came through the communique of August 1998, which clarified that Bardul Mahmouti is amongst the 6 political representatives of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
We can clarify this point by calling up the communique that Mr. Mahmouti is talking about. Number 7.
Number 7. Very well, Madam Court Officer, if you received the information.
I'm just going to recite the ERN to be sure, because I may not have the presentation queue numbers fully up to date. The English version would be U0008992, U0008992 ET.
Not too quick.
I'm sorry. So the ERN is U000-8992-U000-8992 for the original version. For the English version, there is an additional -ET in the end.
Please proceed. I was looking at the stenographer just to be
waiting
sure.
for the document to be on the screen.
Yes, I had to give my permission, but
yes.
I was communicating with the stenographer.
Mr. Mahmouti, can you see the document on the screen? The quality, I'm afraid, is not the best, but I believe it's legible.
Can you read it? Yes.
Yes, I can.
I believe it's the 3rd paragraph. It's the 3rd line in English, and it states, the general staff makes it known to the public that Jakub Krasniqi, Javid Haliti, Bardul Mahmouti, Hashim Tachi, Fatun Mehmetai, and Sokol Bashota are the political representatives of the KLA. At the end of the communique, the declaration, below the date, it says General Staff of the Kosovo Liberation Army. So on this basis, I'm asking you, who did formally appoint you to that role? Was it not the General Staff of the Kosovo Liberation Army?
Këtu hym në një
We are getting into an argument that I need a lot of time to talk about because the answer cannot be a yes or no answer. We need to be able to differentiate fundamentally between what we wanted to tell the world, i.e. that we were an organized structure, and the historical reality that we lived through. If you want me to give an answer, you ought to allow me the time to elaborate on that dimension.
We can agree that's what this document states, though. It is issued in the name, on its face, it is issued in the name of the KLA General Staff. Would you agree with that?
Defense Counsel.
Yeah, I would like to understand the quality of the link between the information concerning the case 6 and the link with the Shala's case. The way that government, the people organize the KLA is nothing to see with Mr. Shala, I think so.
I would have an answer to that, but I will first give the floor to Mr. Prosecutor. The question is the relevancy of this question, but before you enter into that, we have the witness here, so if it's better to usher the witness out, we will do that.
I'm afraid it might be better to have the witness escorted out.
Yes, very well. Mr. Witness, I will ask Madame Kortasje to issue you out again. Thank you. You have the floor, Mr. Prosecutor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, Your Honor, to begin with, I'm establishing a foundation for the rest of my cross-examination. I believe it's important and it will become relevant to establish what position the witness enjoyed within the KLA, who were the people that he shared his appointment with, which is the body from which his authority stemmed. This will become relevant to assess statements that hopefully we will elicit later concerning his knowledge or alleged lack of knowledge of certain activities of the KLA. This is relevant to the witness credibility. In addition to that, our case is not case 6, they're calling it, but the crime base is part of it. The crimes committed in that case have a connection with the broader policy of the KLA, although we don't, our JCE is formulated differently from that in case 6, but there is a relevance here, in addition to establishing the witness credibility.
Thank you.
Thank you
Defense
very much.
Counsel, I see two Defense Counsel standing, so... Mr. Awini,
Yes.
you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. We just heard my dear colleague self-defeat his own arguments. If this is not evidence for case 6, what is this? The policy. Even though they frame their GCE differently, and this has nothing to do with case 4, then they will be permitted. And this is what we warned you of in the beginning of our discussions this morning, Your Honor. This is a disguised exercise for credibility, but this is an attempt to elucidate evidence for case 6. And if that is the case, we have to bring the defense counsel for case 6 so they can represent their clients for any evidence that is mentioned here. Because the use of this evidence, and the witness specifically said, This is the document, the face of the document. If you want me to answer, I will have to answer very long answers to explain the reality. We are not representing the other accused in the other cases. They have interests. This is not, again, Your Honors, this is absolutely not a credibility exercise. They can go straight to his posts, his opinions, political opinions or otherwise. This is attempting to lay out policy and structures and things that go beyond anything that happened in Cooks. Anything. And this is not permissible. We urge you, Your Honor, to protect the integrity of these proceedings. This is not the way it should happen, Your Honor. With due respect, Your Honor.
You may, and then I will give the floor to Mr. Prosecutor.
Thank you very much. I fully agree with Mr. Prosecutor to establish the position of the witness inside the KLA. The rest, that's fishing. No fish in our case to nourish the case number 6. No need. No need. And I ask one more time, what is the link? Yesterday, you decided, and I respect that, hard quality of the link between the information we would like to obtain and to use and the witness and the case 4. And now I have really the fishing, that's, we are in a shop. We are on the sea and they are able to fish some information that's nothing to see with the case of Mr. Shala. That's, and it's not, as Mr. Awini, and I finish with that, it's not a question of a reliability or something like that. No, that's really fishing, I said, I insist on that. And really, I didn't appreciate the attack against the defense just before.
Okay,
I was ready to quit the hearing, because enough it's enough. There is some limits. We are professional. We are not criminals.
Okay. Nobody has said that, Mr. Gillissen, no, and nobody has accused you of that. Mr. Prosecutor, I will give you, if you think that it's necessary, the floor once more in this respect to rebut. If not, I will say what I have to say.
It's again on credibility grounds. The position that this witness had, the people that he was close to and cooperated with, will be very relevant to assess the veracity of certain statements that is made. So this is eminently relevant for credibility. On top of that, Your Honor, it's our position. This witness has an evident bias against these institutions, and that which we intend to prove, and that bias also stems from the position he had and the allegiances he had during the war. So this is the relevance of our line of examination. Thank you.
Thank you. What is clear? No, we will cut it here. I have understood your position very well, defense. We are not, let that be put on record, we are not going to litigate anything with regard to case of 6. Of course not. And I don't for now see any intention of that. And by your remarks, I think that the SPO knows that and has heard it now again from you. And I'm not afraid that that will happen. And if there is a beginning of litigation with regard to case 6, the panel is here to say no. The explanation that has been provided with regard to the questions we have heard up till now, with regard to the position of this person in the KLA, I think they are relevant for questions to come. And we have admitted 2 documents at the beginning of this session in relation to that. So I will allow for that, and I will not be every time giving a long explanation of whether we will allow or not. But for now, I see the relevance, but your caution is taken on board. It's clear that we have our own task to perform here. But for now, I don't think that anybody was crossing any line. Madam Court Officer, could you ask Madam Court Usher to bring the witness back? And in the meantime, Mr. Prosecutor, you may refer to the ERN numbers. That is something that doesn't change in time. Mr. Witness, thank you, and thank you for your patience. It will be a little bit of coming and going, and I ask your understanding for that. I will give the floor now back to Mr. Prosecutor.
So, Mr. Witness, my question, I'll repeat it. Can we agree that on its face, the document is issued in the name of the General Staff of the Kosovo Liberation Army?
Ajo që
What might appear as a black or white to someone, i.e. that you can see there the general staff of the KLA, and the reality.
I want to know, this is issued in the name, document there is issued in the name of the General Staff of the Kosovo Liberation Army, is it not?
I wanted to explain that we had the wish to function even better than any NATO member state. However, the reality cannot be included in any of the rainbow colors, let alone black and white. In reality, what we claim to be as a serious party in all diplomatic meetings and the difference with the reality on the ground are two things that are probably diametrically opposed to one another.
Sorry, Mr. Prosecutor. You were losing me here, Mr. Witness. The question has, we see on the paper, because I just want to have a clear answer, and I will give you the floor to elaborate some more, because apparently there you feel the need to explain something to us. But I see here written General Staff of the Kosovo Liberation Army on this document. So apparently this was issued by the General Staff. That's what we read here. And we take that. And you are saying, and I've heard you saying black and white and reality. I don't want a vague elaboration. What is it what you want to say? Because apparently you want to say that it was not the General Staff who issued this communique. Is that what you want to say? But then say it and make it clear. Yeah? But now we are in this nowhere, and I don't want to lose time on that. So what do you want to say on this? And I will cut you if you are elaborating on something fake.
Your Honor, sorry. It's written fake.
Oh.
I think you meant vague. Sorry for that.
No, vague. Thank you. No, I did not say fake. Thank you, thank you.
Let me explain that based on the convictions and beliefs of the diplomatic parties, we put the name of an entity, General Staff, to create the impression that we are an organized structure with a command. However, the reality is completely different. And this is why I used that expressions that's saying that what seems to be black and white, simple as black and white, was done for the purpose of creating the impression that they had serious partners in front of them to go further in and find a resolution to the conflict of Kosovo.
Thank you, Mr. Witness. I will give back the floor to Mr. Prosecutor because he is doing the cross-examination. But I urge you for next time, just try to give, instead of talking like we are doing a lecture here, just focus on the answer, and if we need some more information, we will get that. Yeah, we will ask you for that. Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Now, still on your role as a political representative, yesterday you told us that in that role you traveled around Western states and the United States to maintain diplomatic contacts with the purpose of legitimizing the KLA war, and that would be page 2488. Is that correct?
Entirely correct.
Would it be correct to say that you acted as a sort of KLA spokesperson outside of Kosovo, sort of a foreign spokesperson for the KLA?
Jo.
No.
Se ka nevojë.
If needed, I can explain why. No. I will explain. The spokesperson explains, tells what somebody else did. The government spokesperson tells about the government work. A spokesperson is a speaker as well. I was instead one of those who tried to reason politically that the war of the Albanian people was just and that the Kosovo Liberation Army was carrying out a just liberation war. This is different from, so there's a difference between the spokesperson and the political representative.
Because that's how Mr. Jakub Krasniqi defined you in other proceedings before the ICTY. He stated, I was the spokesperson for the KLA in Kosovo, while abroad, publicizing the policy of the KLA to the Western Germany, Switzerland, and other European countries. For these countries, it was Bardil Mahmouti. So would you agree with that statement?
The declaration we have on our screen contradicts what might have been translated from an evidence given by Mr. Krasniqi in the ICTY. I was only a political representative of the Kosovo Liberation Army. There was only one spokesperson. Jakub Krasniqi was the spokesperson, and he was at the same time political representative of the KLA. The political declaration here proves that the first person mentioned here is Jakub Krasniqi in his capacity as a political representative of the KLA.
I will move on, Your Honor. Now, you told us how you traveled abroad with the aim of garnering support and advocating for the cause of the KLA. In addition to that, did you also discuss other matters with members of the international community?
Can you indicate why you're asking this question? Because now now it's for me not completely clear where you want to go. And if the witness has to leave, we do that.
Maybe I can reformulate the question to the witness. It become clearer for Your Honors.
Please proceed.
If it doesn't, yes.
Because,
Your Honor, Mr. Witness, did you discuss, for instance, issues related to the capture and release of prisoners of war in your capacity as a political representative of the KLA?
Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
Your Honor, this is exactly what we've been repeating. What is the relevance of this to the guilt of innocence or innocence of Mr. Shala? We brought whereabouts, not his role and who he discussed with and why. They have the passport, they can go through it and explain why, but not what. This is case 6, Your Honors. We are scared of how it's going. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Defense Counsel.
It will become relevant at the next question, Your Honors, and it's part of the credibility matters that we've discussed earlier. The next question will become more relevant.
Now what we will do is we will usher the witness out. You give an explanation, and then we proceed. Mr. Witness, thank you for your patience. Madame Court Usher will usher you out. You have the floor, Mr. Prosecutor.
Thank you, Your Honors. The witness denies that the KLA was targeting civilians in any shape or form. In fact, we have a document which we need to go into private session for this.
Yes. Madame Court Officer, can you bring us into private session, please?
Can we please have a transcript reference of this?
Of what?
I don't have. I didn't hear your question.
Denying KLA having something to do with civilians. This is what my colleague is saying, that the witness is denying something about civilians. Can we have a transcript reference to relate to? Because if we're going to put documents and then other documents, this is not cross-examination based on what's coming out. The credibility of what, Your Honors? Really?
Can you reformulate your question, Mr. Ouini? Because I don't understand you for now, but please reformulate and then...
Sorry, Your Honors. It's just that the transcription is not complete. At page 50...
Sorry, Mr. Defense Counsel, to cut you off. We cannot have discussions while we are going into private session, so we have to wait.
Your Honors, we are now in private session.
Thank you. So we have two issues pending. The further clarification by Mr. Prosecutor, and there was something with the transcript that's needed to be resolved. Is that what you have the floor, Defense Counsel?
Your Honor, when my learned colleague started explaining the position at page 50, line 13, it's not fully transcribed. He says that the witness denies certain facts related to civilians, and we ask for the transcript reference.
Not something that he has said. We've discussed it so far, Your Honors. It's in the documents that we will be putting to the witness as we proceed in the cross-examination. So this is establishing foundation for what we will later put to the witness.
There's no further litigation on this matter. If you say that it's not complete, because I understood you in that way, is that what you're raising?
No, I was just explaining why I couldn't quote my learned colleague, because the transcription of the beginning of his intervention is not transcribed at page 5013, so I couldn't refer to it specifically. So I paraphrased it, but then asked for the transcript reference to understand where this is coming from. Is it coming from the...
It's not coming from the transcript, but apparently from documents.
We will need to hear...
And we have to discuss that. And what is now happening is the SPO is doing it step by step in order to lay foundations, if I understand well, that's what they have been telling us, in order to get to that point. But apparently he doesn't want to jump to that point, because then maybe the defense or the panel would stand up and say, where is this coming from? That is how I understand that Mr. Prosecutor wants to proceed. And all with a view to testing the credibility of this witness and not with a view to establishing facts in case 06. We are now in private session. Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor to further explain.
Yes, Your Honor. I was going first to ask the witness if he had other roles, if he engaged in other activities aside that of trying to garner support for the KLA. So my first question was going to ask if, for example, you had negotiated the release of prisoners of war. We have evidence that he did that.
And with regard to the document that is not, sorry.
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. And with regard to the document which is for now excluded, this does not mean that it is admitted now. So if you want to use it, we first will be discussing it.
I will only call it up if I can put the proposition that is in the document to the witness. If the document denies that conversation having taken place, I believe we would have good grounds to request that the documents be allowed to be used.
But yes, but then we will first discuss it. Very well, Madam Court Officer, can you ask Madam Court Officer to bring the witness in? Welcome back, Mr. Witness. I give the floor to Mr. Prosecutor.
Mr. Witness, did you ever engage in with the international community with regard to the capture and release of prisoners of war by the Kosovo Liberation Army?
Të burgosur
Prisoners of war is not an adequate term if it's translated like that. We talked about soldiers made prisoners in Shala of Baigora at the time when they were made prisoners. And it was made public that 6 or 7 soldiers, I don't recall exactly, were captured by the KLA. And American diplomats contacted me, and at the time we discussed as to how these soldiers would be released.
Now, in addition to that, did you ever discuss with members of the international community the arrest by the KLA of Kosovar Albanian civilians?
për shkak të
Because of the Serbian propaganda, questions of this nature were asked as well. However, the answer was categorically clear, which is that there were no such prisoners held by the Kosovo Liberation Army.
Is it your statement that the Kosovo Liberation Army never detained civilians?
në çfarë kuptimi
In what sense you're using the word detention? What do you imply by detention or holding?
Commonly understood meaning of somebody being deprived of their personal liberty, sir.
për këto çështje
With respect to these matters, I don't remember having discussed them with foreign diplomats. At the time, I did not take any notes in relation to the diplomatic meetings, with the exception of the public communiques, which I signed myself. There are a number of communiques within the diplomatic group that were made public. When I made public the content of the talks that I held with representatives from Western states, it was never mentioned in these declarations that the matter or issue of persons held by the Kosovo Liberation Army was discussed.
Step by step, Mr. Mahmoud, because you have not answered my question. I asked you if it is your position that the KLA never detained civilians. You asked me what I meant by detaining, and then you have not answered my question. Is it your position that the KLA never detained civilians in the commonly understood meaning of that word?
me dijenin tim
To my knowledge and for what I can remember, no.
So is it your testimony that even today you are unaware of civilians being detained by members of the Kosovo Liberation Army. Is that your testimony?
Edhe sot e kësaj
To this day, I stand by my position that everything that is being submitted by commissions prepared by the Serbian secret services, led by Milovan Drecun, documents given to the ICTY or to the Specialist Prosecutor Office, are fabrications which purpose is to discredit the pure nature of the Kosovo Liberation Army war. Everything that comes from this commission, which brags about that they directed the prosecution as to how they should lead their investigations, I don't believe any of this, and I have never discussed this matter with my friends.
Very well, thank you. We will explore this answer of yours further, but for now, Your Honor, I'd like to go into private session to put a document to the witness concerning his personal interactions with members of the international community with matters that we have just discussed.
We will discuss it further when we are in private session, and we are 5 minutes before our moment of break. Very well. Madam Court Officer, can you bring us into private session, please? Now, Mr. Shala has left us.
Your Honor, can we have the
Your Honor,
document?
we are now in private session.
Mr. Shala, yes, you will get the floor. I don't hear you.
I need only 1 minute to use the bathroom, please.
Mr. Shala.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can we ask for the document, the ERN of the document, or a number so we can follow? Thank you.
Yes. The ERN of the document is, I'm just going to double check that I give you the correct one. I give counsel the correct one. Yes. Yeah, it's 075522 to 075551. See.
Thank you, Your Honor. So this is same document we discussed a little bit earlier, number 4 and 5, I think, in the presentation queue.
To be, this is, if I understand well, is this number 4? Yes, yes, but then we cannot have for now the witness present. What we will do is, because we are almost at the moment of the break, we will go back to public session. We will usher Mr. Witness out, and then you will have a break of an hour, like we all will have. We can go back into private session to at least have an exchange of views on this document, and with the information provided by parties and Victims' Council, we will adjourn for the upcoming hour, and then we come back with our decision. So that's how I would like to proceed. Mr. Shala, I see that you are back.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Madam Court Officer, can you bring us into a public session again? Thank you.
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Very well. We will have a break for an hour, Mr. Witness, like I already said in a private session, but I say it again for the people that are not in this courtroom, but in the public gallery or elsewhere. We will have a break till 1 o'clock. I wish you a good lunch, and then we see each other back. Thank you for now. Thank you, Madam Court Officer.
Gjithashtu ju dëshiroj një drejt të këndshme.
Thank you. Enjoy your lunch as well.
I will not give you the floor yet, Mr. Prosecutor, because we are waiting for Mr. Shala.
Maybe Mr. Shala understood we were taking a break, I don't know.
No. I think he You're back, Mr. Shala. We don't want to be losing you all the time.
Kërkoj fare,
I apologize.
unë mendova se u
But I thought this was the lunch break. I'm sorry.
Clear. 5 minutes more. We have to go back into a private session for this part. So, Madam Court Officer, if you would be so kind to bring us back.
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
Thank you, Madam Court Officer. Mr. Prosecutor, there was still one question pending with regard to the time you think you will be needing still for cross.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm afraid this will also depend on how many interruptions we get in the course of our examination, because now Your Honors have made it clear that matters related to credibility can be explored with the witness. Now, counsel continues standing up, stating that this doesn't relate to the case. This doesn't relate to the case. We are exploring credibility. We are exploring whether the witness is truthful in his statement, was truthful in his statement, whether he is truthful in what he says he knows or he doesn't know. And this goes to credibility. Now, if we're not interrupted, again, with the same frequency, I think that we might need another hour, something between an hour and a half, tops. But that is if we are allowed to proceed without undue interruptions.
Very well. Thank you for that. Now, yeah, we should always have a kind of plan B when it comes to management of proceedings. So I would invite all present to consider. Nothing is sure yet, but just to look in agendas for next week, Wednesday afternoon, and on Friday. That is just for now, and let us see where we go this afternoon. Yes, good. Is there anything you want to raise with the? Yes, I see Victims' Council.
May I say before that plan takes root, Your Honour, that both myself and my co-counsel are travelling to meet victims at the conclusion of the hearing next Wednesday, and we won't be back in this country until Sunday.
Now, that so much for Plan B. We will consider Plan C. Very well. Is there something else you would like to raise with the panel? No?
About the interruptions, if you want to hear us, we are trying to do our job. It's not a pleasure for us to be standing, and I can say for myself, be standing and sitting, but we have to do our job, and we have to be allowed. We don't think it's undue interruptions. It's absolutely not the intention, and we have made very clear and we stand on a position that the areas that are explored are not credibility, they are not relevant, and this goes beyond what we have to accept in terms of credibility exercise. So thank you.
Defense Counsel, let me then repeat, and maybe words are not so strong as actions, and the actions of this panel have been up till now that I don't think there have been any limits to what you have been able to raise with regard to what has been discussed in this courtroom. So I think that the point you made is clear, but there's no reason to doubt that you're not getting the floor enough, and that anybody is saying anything with regard to the fact that you're standing and sitting all the time because you want to make your submissions with regard to what is asked. No, and shall we leave it here then?
It's not directed.
Okay, we adjourn till 10 minutes past 1.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. Welcome back this afternoon. SPO is in the same composition. Yes, Victims' Council's team too. And here on my left-hand side, the defense, I see everybody nodding, so thank you for that. We can proceed. The panel still had to give an oral order with regard to object, item 4 on the presentation queue of the SPO. We will admit, because we see the relevance with a view to the credibility. Yeah, it's a very limited part that we saw the relevance for the further examination. Yes, Madame Korterscher, could you please bring in the witness? Mr. Mahmouti, welcome back. Can you hear me well?
Po.
Yes, I can, thank you.
Shala, did you hear the witness?
Po.
Yes.
Good. We will give the floor now to the prosecutor. Good.
Could we please move into private session for this part of my examination?
Yes, you may, and when we are in private session, you can explain the purpose of the reason that we go into private session. Madam Court Officer, can you bring us into private session, please?
moving on from this, earlier on we've talked, we discussed about Jericho Solis, the publication, and you have also told us today, and this is page 56 of the provisional transcript, that you yourself signed a number of communiques issued on behalf of the Kosovo Liberation Army. Is that correct?
Unë kam thënë një gjë.
Would have said this? Never.
If I may, Your Honor, just briefly go back, but it may be. Page 56, Your Honor, starting from line 9. At the time, I did not take any notes in relation to the diplomatic meetings, with the exception of the public communiques, which I signed myself. There are a number of communiques within the diplomatic group that were made public. When I made public the content of the talks that I held with the representatives, I never mentioned this, but so I was referring to that. From the, please explain.
I request to rectify and say things exactly as I said that. I spoke about information. The group did not issue communiques.
Session. At this point, as far as I'm concerned, we can move out. I've exhausted the questions on the document, which was protected.
Yes, it is a good idea to go into a public session. Madam Court Officer, can you bring us into public session, please?
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
Thank you. Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor.
So, repeat the question. I understand from your previous testimony at page 56 of the provisional transcript that you had authored a number of communiques. And I'm asking you also the question now whether you have in fact ever authored a political communique on behalf of the Kosovo Liberation Army.
There is a mistranslation. I was, as a representative of the diplomatic group, co-signatory and the person who compiled, drafted the information reflecting the content of the meetings with the diplomatic corps. Bardul Mahmouti has never drafted or signed any KLA communique.
Then I would like to put to you a Facebook post of yours, and I would like to discuss it with you in this regard and help me understand your role in drafting communiques, because from the Facebook post that we have, I understood otherwise. Your Honors, could we have this document shown to the witness, please? It would be SPOE 003-01736.
Madam Court Officer, please proceed.
To SPOE 003-01754. And the year end is at 301739. 301739. Sorry.
help with the presentation queue, Your Honor? Number?
Number 12 in the presentation queue, if we're not mistaken. 12 and 13.
I think we have them on the screen, Defense Counsel, but thank you for being so prompt to add. And I was informed that the ERN number is the most reliable source, although we in our order today have given the numbers in the presentation queue. But they change, they could change, and the ERN numbers are fixed. So.
Mr. Mahmouti, this concerns your reaction to somebody having accused you of being the author of political communique number 59. And that was Mr. Gani Getzi. And you denied on Facebook that you are the author of that communique. However, in that Facebook post, and I'm reading from the Facebook translation, at that time, you wrote, at that time, I clarified that the communique through which the Kosovo Liberation Army unilaterally declared a ceasefire to give the opportunity for the Kosovo issue to be solved by dialogue had been composed at the NATO headquarters in Brussels. I dictated the communique from NATO headquarters by telephone to a member of the KLA General Staff, Mr. Kadri Veseli, who during that day, with certain modifications, made it public. And then it continues. So my question is, from this post of yours, I understood that you, in fact, at least dictated this communique over the phone. Did you or did you not do that?
The translation is entirely inaccurate. I ask that the court is provided with my Facebook post exactly how it's written, and so you can then see how my statement was manipulated. It is not true. At the NATO headquarters, in the presence of Clark, Richard Holbrooke, and Laurie Rosin, in their presence was drafted the communique for a ceasefire after the talks that Holbrooke had held in Belgrade. I did not draft that communique. The authorities present there prepared that. Richard Brooke dictated it. Laurie Rosin wrote it. I did not accept to issue a communique in the name of the KLA from Brussels. I tried to have these communicated from Kosovo, not statements from the West, for one reason, because communiques issued by Brussels or somewhere else would have resulted, the truth would have come out, meaning that these were drafted in Brussels or somewhere else and not in Kosovo. The translation just read by the prosecutor is inaccurate.
Defense Counsel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. We suggest to read later on the same passage when it mentions, I repeat again what I said, because it contains the contradiction as well in what the witness just said. So for full context, we should read one or two paragraphs later because it's relevant for context.
Paragraph, is it the one starting, I repeat again what I said to Gani Getzi, that concerns communique 59, does not concern the communique, the political declaration 12, in fact I believe it was, that the witness is discussing earlier, the one that was dictated to from the NATO headquarters. The context full context will make it clear.
Please proceed.
So we will try to provide the original post. Did you or did you not, at least if you authored it or not, did you dictate that communicate over the phone? or not?
E kam diktuar
I dictated the communique, which was a request from NATO and the United States. I did not write it.
You can move on. And sorry, and to whom did you dictate the communique?
ja kam diktuar
I dictated it to Kadri Veseli, from what I can remember, if I'm not mistaken, because it's been a quarter of a century since then, and there is a possibility for me to be confused on some matters.
Mr. Witness, we know it's a long time ago, and you testify here to the best of your knowledge. We take note of that.
So I'm moving on. So, Mr. Mahmouti, today we discuss your role within the Kosovo Liberation Army, your dealings with internationals. I'd like to discuss with you some statements of yours that you made with regard to KLA policies on the targeting of civilians. Your Honors, Mr. Mahmouti, this is a long time ago, so the document could help, but I'm going to try to first ask the witness. Do you remember giving an interview to a magazine named The Christian Science Monitor on 15 April 1998? It's a long shot, long time ago, but do you remember?
First of all, I want to clarify that I don't speak English, and I did not have the opportunity to give such interviews. I don't remember having given any interviews to any American newspaper. If this is an American newspaper, I've never given any interviews to any such media.
Could we please pull up on the screen SPOE 003 41109 to 003 41116.
Madam Court Officer, please proceed.
It's a very small font, so we might need to enlarge it a little bit. And I'm afraid we only have an English version of this document, so I will read it with the help of the translators who convey its content to Mr. Mahmouti. Now, according to page 1 of this document, you, together with Yashar Saliu and Bilal Sharifi, spoke in an interview with this publication, Christian Science Monitor. My first question is, do you know Mr. Saliu and Mr. Sharifi?
With Yashar Salihu and Bilal Sharifi, we've held many conferences with the reporters and journalists at the seat of the United Nations in Geneva. I know both of them personally. Yashar Salihu is deceased now. He's a man who's been recognized hero of Kosovo.
This publication is dated 15 April 1998. According to the last paragraph that we see now on the screen, it states that the three, referring evidently to you, Mr. Saliu and Mr. Sharifi, spoke openly for the first time in an interview with the Monitor about KLA strategy, views, and the support from Albanian communities around the world. Does this in any way refresh your memory about having spoken with this publication in 1998?
data pésima.
The date of 15th of April makes me doubt the veracity of this, because I can guarantee the court the meetings I had I can provide the court with the meetings and the dates I had these meetings in Paris during this period of time. I don't recall exactly. This can be found in the internet, meetings I had with intellectuals, Bernard-Henri Lévy, Cohn-Bendit, Herzog. So during this period of time, it is highly likely that I was there, because for this interview to be published on the 15th of April, I should have given the interview on the 14th of April. So I am not certain, but if I'm given 5 minutes time to search on the internet, I could find out. In this period of time, including the 15th of April, I was in the heart of Paris, where I held numerous meetings with French intellectuals.
Understand well this passages cited by Mr. Prosecutor does not refresh your memory that you have ever given such an interview. Is that a good summary of what you have just said? You never gave this interview. Is that what you are saying?
Data pésima.
The date of 15th of April makes me doubt the veracity and the accuracy of this, meaning that I was part of this interview. I am not certain, though. I can verify and I can bring you evidence as to my whereabouts at the time. It's just the date of 15th of April that makes me doubt it. Besides, I don't know the content of the interview, because I don't have the translation here. However, the date...
Sorry, the content has been for a small part shared with you, but I will give the examination back to Mr. Prosecutor, but for him to elaborate. But the interview gives some more information about where apparently it has been conducted. Anyway, Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor.
If I may have just a brief minute, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if you could go to the next page, Your Honor.
Madam Court Officer, please.
The third paragraph on this page states that the interview with the 3 former political prisoners was arranged by the main US operative, an immigrant from Kosovo who has relatives in the KLA, and meets regularly with their leaders in Europe. It was held late last week in Arau, a village 30 miles from Zurich, at the Voice of Kosovo, a newspaper published by members of their party who were given political asylum in Switzerland in the early 1990s. Does this refresh your memory, Mr. Mahmouti, about your participation in this interview?
Parmendia.
The mention of the offices of the newspaper, The Voice of Kosovo, in Arau proves that what is written here with respect to me is not true. I have never given an interview, ever given an interview to any foreign reporter in the offices of newspapers or Kosovos, The Voice of Kosovo. This is absolutely certain. I was not present in any interviews, not only with these, but with any foreign reporters in the premises of Zori Kosovos in Arau.
Switzerland at the time, were you not?
Paul,
Yes, I was in Switzerland, the seat of Arau, of the Zurich Kosov's newspaper, is 250 kilometers away from my place of residence. So I wouldn't have accepted to travel 500 kilometers at that time. I held regular press conferences at the seat of the United Nations, and I gave very few individual interviews.
I'll proceed. According to this interview, which my first question is, do you categorically deny having taken part to this interview, or do you allow for the possibility that it did happen and you don't recall today about it? So is it your testimony, I never gave this interview, or are you saying I don't recall, but you would allow for the possibility that it did, in fact, take place?
I am certain, 100%, that I have never given any interviews to any foreign reporters in the offices of the newspaper Zurich Kosovos in Arau.
Article, which puts you together with two persons that you know in a country where you were residing, made it all up. Nothing that is written in here with regard to your participation in this interview is correct. That's your testimony today.
Without knowing the entire content, I can guarantee that nothing in there is true as far as I'm concerned. However, I don't know the entire content, but I have never given any interviews to any reporters in the offices of the newspaper. Bilal Sharif is alive, you can ask him. There are members of the editorial board of Zurich Kosovos who are alive and can testify that Bardhin Mahmouti never gave any interviews from the offices of Zurich Kosovos in Arau to foreign reporters.
I'll just put to you one passage from this interview. You can tell us whether perhaps it refreshes your recollection, and then we can discuss about its content. Mr.
Defense counsel.
We object, Your Honor. It's abundantly clear. It has nothing to do with the content, as the witness said. It's about the place, the date, and in the offices of that newspaper. So how can we put to him things that he denies?
Your Honor, the witness stated, without knowing the entire content, I can guarantee, I'm just going to put to him some more content. And then I'm going to ask him, in any event, whether he agrees with that statement that is attributed to him.
But what the witness is saying, Your Honor, excuse me, is without needing to go through the content. He has other criteria to say he never been in this interview. That's not him requesting content to be refreshed. That's absolutely not the case. He said, without knowing anything from the context, I can guarantee you that this is not true.
But what I see that Mr. Prosecutor is doing, that by putting information to him with regard to the content of this interview, in order to see if maybe not there, but maybe somewhere else. There's a wrong about where it was taken, the interview. He's trying to refresh the memory of the witness. That's how I see it. Please proceed.
So this is the quote that this article attributes to you. And this would be the next page, Your Honor, ERN ending with 111. If we could, thank you. Now, the article states, the UCK, or the KLA, has killed only members of the repressive state structure. said Mr. Mahmouti, using the KLA's Albanian language acronym. One thing must be clear. The repressive state structure is formed by officials in uniform and without uniform. My first question is, do you recall making this statement to the journalists from the Christian Science Monitor? Yes or no?
Një deklarat.
An identical statement was published by the media after a meeting that I had in Geneva with Gelbard. Gelbard asked me how could it be explained that there are civilians amongst those killed, and I stated word for word that the Kosovo Liberation Army targets the repressive organ members, and I said that the organs of repression are composed of people in uniform as well as people without a uniform. And I said that the KLA has never had that as a goal. This was a public statement. These journalists might have made use of to come up with this article. I have not given any such statement to any journalist. This is a statement that has been made publicly after I had a meeting with Gelbard in Geneva, the ambassador of the United States of America in Geneva, Mr. Gelbard. Journalists could have made use of it.
Mr. Witness, thank you for this reply, because this has been clarifying for now. I have one question in this regard. Were you aware that this article existed?
Jo.
No. Given that I don't read English, I wouldn't have been able to know about it. But I know that that statement was published by various media outlets, because this was one of the statements that was a source of friction between Gelbard and the Kosovo Liberation Army, because during the meeting that we had, he said that he had not described the KLA as a terrorist organization, but had said that the KLA had undertaken terrorist actions, and that is why he had sought clarification from me. Clarification regarding the killing of people, like, if I may be permitted one more second, Your Honor.
That meeting where you said that, can you remember when that was?
Po, në qershor.
Yes, June 1998.
For here, Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor.
But this article is dated 5 April 1998. So you're saying that the statements you made in the meeting which took place in June 1998, is that what you're saying? I'm just asking you to clarify, because I don't understand.
Unë sqaroj çka I kam thënë dhe
I am clarifying what I said and what was published in the media. I said I had made similar statements in all the press conferences that I had with all journalists. I repeated the same to Gelbard, I repeated it in Brussels, in all centers in Paris and all over the place.
You made this statement, correct?
nga muji mars.
From the month of March 1998 until June 1999, I held over 30 press conferences with journalists at the UN headquarters in Geneva, and I've repeated the same thing all over. I cannot recall exactly when I repeated that, but it was a stance that I mentioned time and time again, that the KLA has not killed civilians, that is.
statement in June 1998. That's what you're saying now. You may have made it at times, but you recall an instance in June 1998 where you made this statement. Is that correct?
I used to say it before June. I said it in a book that was published in France, which is called The Birth of the Armed Struggle, and I've been repeating it throughout since the month of March.
Thank you. Now,
Sorry, my microphone was not on. We now have an answer, and now we can move on.
could you provide an example? Could you explain to us who are the people without uniform that the KLA was targeting? Would that include civilians, Kosovo Albanian civilians? Would that include Kosovo Albanian civilians?
Jo.
No.
Librin mashtrimi.
The blood libel book has photographs of two people who are not wearing uniform but who served under the Serbian police and which Serbia alleged that they were civilians. However, they were forced later to admit that they were part of their forces.
Now, Mr. Mahmoudi, so this is your statement that at the time the KLA was not targeting any Kosovo Albanian civilians. Is that correct?
Entirely correct.
I'm done with this document.
Okay. And I think that also the witness has been clear on this
Yes,
subject. So I would not now dwell too much on the topic, except if you have something very concrete to put to the witness.
Yes, I have one document that I would like to discuss with the witness. And this would be SPOE 002-09-429 to, yeah, that's the year end. It's one page document. SPOE 002-09-429-002-09-429 in the Albanian, and then for the English there is -ET revised.
And can you explain to us the purpose in
Yes,
this respect?
Your Honor. Well, the purpose is that this is a communique of the Kosovo Liberation Army, where the Kosovo Liberation Army revendicates the killing of a person whom we know to be a civilian. So this goes directly to the credibility or the reliability of what the witness has just stated.
Very well. Please proceed. I see in my left eye that defense counsel is standing. Defense counsel, are you standing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you
Sorry.
have the floor.
I am being told that this was one of the documents that were not allowed.
This was the document that was reconsidered by the panel.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, then Your Honor.
But thank you to be on top of it.
Yes. One request for further explanation. We've been listening carefully. We don't see how, and we would welcome any explanation, how the SPO is going to use these questions and answers to say, at a later point, I have a point about credibility relevant to what the witness has to be evaluated on credibility on. We don't see any link to that.
But we see the link, and we have, so we will proceed. This is a topic that we have now been discussing for several times, but I noted that you don't agree and that you don't see the link, but there is a link. But we have to assess where it goes. That is for sure.
You see in the screen Zeri Kosovis, the publication that we discussed earlier. And we have the publication of two political communiques, number 42 and number 43. Now, communique number...
Nuk jam duke pa
I cannot. It's illegible. Can we zoom in the Albanian, please?
Is it now better, Mr. Witness?
Shihet më qartë, po.
Yes, it's clearer. Thank you.
So this communique, as we can see at the top of the page, was published on the 5th of March, 1998. That is at least 40 days before the publication of the article attributing that quote to you. This is even longer before the conference where you may have stated those things in June. Now, the communique starts off by saying, can you read now, Mr. Mahmoudi, or would you like it to have it larger? Yeah, okay.
Po.
The communi-
Yeah. Yes, it's fine.
42, Your Honors.
Yes, but now we are looking at 43, so we have to...
Oh, yes. I apologize. And if we could, can you read communique 42 now? Is it legible?
Po.
Yes.
The KLA central staff, our units carried out a series of attacks in January and February against the Serbian police forces and their collaborators. Now, a distinction is made here between police on the one hand and their collaborators on the other. What did this second category relate to? To what category of people did it relate?
Në kategorinë e
Collaborators are members of the organs of repression, more namely here the police. So those who had worked alongside the police forces and put themselves at the disposal of those who had occupied Kosovo. So collaborators in this instance would be those people who had offered their services to the occupiers of our people.
They're different from the police. Correct? They're not police forces. They're a different category.
janë pjesë
They form part of this structure that repressed the population. They are part of the organs of repression.
A little bit further down, and this is the last topic on this document, it states, on 13 February 1998, Mustafa Kurti, a collaborator of the occupier, was assassinated. Do you know who Mustafa Kurti was, Mr. Mahmoudi?
jo, nuk e
No, I don't know him personally, but I trusted what was written.
If I told you that he was an employee at the post office in Drenots at the time he was killed, would you consider that not to be a civilian?
nëse unë e përmbys pyetjen dhe pyes
If I can turn this question upside down and ask what assurances have you got that this person did not work within these structures, these organs of repression, that is?
Would somebody employed at
Excuse
the
me.
post?
Just a reminder that we have to slow down our pace, and more specifically, we have to wait a little bit more between answers and questions. That goes both for the SPO and the witness, because if not, we have overlapping speakers, and that complicates very much the work of the stenographer and the interpreters. So I know it's in the heat of the moment, it's complicated, but please try to pay attention to that.
Now, you were a member of the political directorate of the KLA. You dealt with issues of policy. You once even dictated.
I'm sorry. With your leave, Mr. President. Oh, I don't find the proof this person was an employee in the post office?
I put that to the witness. We will be happy if requested to do so by the panel to submit evidence about it. There is evidence in private session in other proceedings, as well as evidence from relatives of this person or what his employment was at the time. I put that this is a proposition that the prosecution puts to the witness. If requested to do so, we are happy, more than happy, to submit the evidence we have in that regard.
Does this suffice for now?
No, I would prefer to have the document before talking about
but that at this moment in time, it's not possible. But I see the point you want to make, although it's not our case. I mean, it's tested in a different. But I see the point you want to make, and then you could make any submissions on that. But I will come with a more formal order on that. And I see that your colleague is not standing anymore.
Sorry, Aaron, just to add, this is coming from another case and going back to another case, and this is what we warned
No,
from.
we are not going to get into that, Defense Counsel.
Sorry.
Yes.
I'm almost done with this topic, and then I'll be moving on to my last topic for the cross-examination.
Yes, please proceed.
So, you were involved in dissemination of policy for the KLA. You told us earlier that you once dictated a communique. When a communique came out, indicating the killing of individuals from your organization, did you not see it fit to seek information as to who the person who were killed in the organizations were? You were okay with that without seeking additional information? Or did you try to understand who it is your organization was targeting?
Apologies, we are not going to allow this question.
Very well. I'll move on. So, this is your testimony that you did not know the identity of this person, Mustafa Kurti, at the time this communique was issued.
Nuk e njihja.
I did not.
Now, Mr. Mahmouti, today you stated, pages 56 and 57 of the provisional transcript.
Do we still need the...
No, we no longer need the document.
Okay, we can take that off. Thank you.
That you denied any knowledge of civilian being detained by the KLA. You stated that to this date you're not aware of any instances. Is that correct?
Po.
That's right.
Already several times, or is it a step up?
It's a step up.
But if it's a step up, then you just say it's a step up, because I think he answered this question already several times.
Yes, it was
the same answer.
Just to introduce the next question, which is, are you familiar with the trial held against Latif Ghashi, Rustem Mustafa, and other accused for crimes which were found to have been committed in the LAP zone of the Kosovo Liberation Army? It's a public judgment.
Nuk e kam.
I have not read the judgment or followed the proceedings because I was fully satisfied, regardless of the fact of who the judiciary were there, but I was fully satisfied that those proceedings were carried out on the basis of fake witnesses.
Testimony to the conviction of Mr. Ghashi and Rustem Mustafa was based on the testimony of fake witnesses. Is that correct?
Unë mund t'i sjell gjykatës një...
If permit it, I can bring numerous examples before the trial panel of Albanians who have been convicted on the basis of fake witnesses, those who have testified against innocent people. There are occasions, forgive me, allow me to finish, even there have been occasions where people have admitted to carrying out crimes, and it later transpired that not only did they not carry out those crimes, but that they were coerced into an admission. So in the context of a situation where Serbian authorities have offered evidence to the courts that were set up under UNMIC, all these cases for me are suspects. Let me give you one example, Your Honor. I can give you evidence. There are 27,000 pages.
That suffices. Just another example. Are you familiar with the judgment issued by the District Court of Mitrovica against Sabit Gezi, Riza Alia, and others?
See, now, we will repeat that, but first I will give the floor to Defense Counsel.
Your Honors, we don't deal with cases. They don't have specific ties with this case. We were not allowed. No party should be allowed. I think that was the limit on fabrication of evidence. We were not allowed to go to any cases related to fabrication of evidence that would not relate directly to Shala. Why are we doing this then?
That was in a different context, Defense Counsel. Anyway, I will go back to Mr. Prosecutor. I did not hear your question well.
My question was whether the witness, whether it is the witness's testimony that also the judgment in the case against Sabit Gezi and others, which concerns crimes committed in Kukës, northern Albania, whether also that one is based on fabrication by Serbs and thus a fabricated judgment. Is that also your testimony?
Now, wait, before the witness answers. Please proceed. Although I want to make a comment to Defense Counsel. Could you clarify why this would not be related to the case? Why you say it's not relevant?
No, Your Honor, we were not allowed to go to a number of cases on fabrication on the topic, and so that was the basis of my objection. Now, my learned colleague is talking about one specific case that is related, and that's different. It's the first time we speak about something that is relevant somehow.
That I leave to you as an observation. This panel has been admitting relevant questions, but because your remark was that you are objecting to the question of Mr. Prosecutor, yeah, and you apparently heard the question of Mr. Prosecutor. I did not hear him well. Now the question has been repeated, and now I can say to you that this specific question, and I thought that your remark was on that topic, is linked to the case. So, because I'm listening to you, so if you make an observation and you don't agree, I want to sort that out if I think it's necessary. So in this case, there is, and you acknowledge that.
Yes, the Gezi judgment is
Okay,
about cooks, so that's
good.
not. But we pick our moments to speak, and then it was related to the previous case. Apologies, but the observation is valid for what's before that.
Okay, thank you also for that clarification. Yeah.
Yes. I'm asking you these questions because there are a number of judgments, public judgments for trials which have gone through appeals, retrials, and are well-known facts in Kosovo. And for somebody like you who publishes a book alleging fabrication of cases or crimes, one would expect for you at least to have perused the judgment in these cases in order to have a more informed and broader basis to draw your conclusions. So have you, for instance, read the judgment in the case against the Bighezzi, Risalia, and others?
Zonja gjyqtare,
Your Honor, may I be permitted 2 minutes to clarify?
Then you have a question, and
That's what I'm doing. From
And have you read the conclusions of the court, of the District Court of Mitrovica, in the public judgment of 29 July 2011?
asnjë akt
no judgment or criminal case which has been based on 27,000 pages of information offered by the Serbian secret services to unmake has not been read by myself there. The chief of the Serbian secret services
overlap when speaking. Mr. Witness has finished. Mr. Prosecutor, you may now ask.
Have you
another
read
question.
or have you not read the judgment? Because your answer is very complicated. I didn't understand it. Did you or did you not open the judgment and leaf through the pages and read it?
nuk mund ta
you will not be able to understand it if you won't permit me to explain. I need to explain.
asnjë akt
I have not read a single judgment that is based on trumped up charges fabricated by Serbia, because they've all been based on evidence and witnesses that had been prepared beforehand by Serbia. I do not read about trumped up cases.
For the honor of the truth, on page 102, line 1 to 3, the witness also has said no judgment or criminal case which has been based on 27,000 pages of information offered by the Serbian Secret Service to UMIC has not been read by myself there. So I think he has now answered this question twice, so his answer is clear.
Yes. Now, you talked about methodology at the beginning of your research. Do you consider it a sound methodology to form and publish an opinion about something without having read it before?
po, sepse kam
Yes, I do. Because I have read the statement by the chief of the Serbian Secret Services, who says that if you do not free me up, and he's been sentenced for 40 years for crimes committed in Serbia, not Kosovo, and he said, if you do not free me up, I shall publish the list of civilians, Serbs, Albanians, and members of other ethnicities who have been killed by the secret services and which have been blamed on the Kosovo Liberation Army. And he says, and this is the chief of the secret services, he says, if I were to publish that list, the entire Serbian state would fall on its knees. There have horrible crimes have been committed, he said. I was not interested in whether the name was Nazim Blatter or what. Permit me one second, please. I'm not. I don't care if it's Nazim Blatter or Slavko Nishic, somebody in uniform, a colonel of the Serbian police.
This is enough here.
I think I'm done with this part, Your Honor. We elicited enough evidence. I just have some last part to go through, probably 15 to 20 minutes.
Yes. Defense counsel, you have the floor.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes.
Just to correct and refer to the transcript at page 2539, because we were discussing 2539. So yesterday in chief, at page 25, 39, lines 21 to 25, when we were speaking about methodology, the witness clearly said that his methodology was to rely on the Serbian sources themselves. So to put to him now why he's not reading judgment from Kosovo in broad terms is not a contention as to his methodology. He has applied one methodology to use Serbian sources to explain what he explained in his book. Let's put it generally. So his sources, he limited himself, and he said, I think 95% or 97% of his sources are the Serbian sources, as to not display any bias. His book is about, this is what the Serbians themselves say about their own cases. So
Okay.
this is the methodology.
Where you want to go for
No,
this?
as far as methodology that has been submitted.
But where do you want to go? Because you will be allowed to make these observations when necessary, but with this observation, where you want to go now?
I
With
wanted
regard
to
to the
put this
panel,
on
because we are here in court, we have a witness here. What do you want with this observation?
I want to put this on the record, Your Honor, after the question, because the question was about methodology. So when we read the transcript at a later point, I made the reference to what it corresponds to in the methodology.
Yeah, but this is not the moment to make this kind of observations.
Sorry, Your Honor.
And it is legitimate to make an observation, but if you want a question not to be asked, that is good. But if you are going to comment on the answers and on the questions, I don't think that we should do.
Of course. With your leave. We have to be fair with the witness. We cannot say with the right hand, we are talking about your methodology, and with the other hand to speak about something else.
Defense counsel, the question is legitimate to ask, yeah, why certain information was not taken into consideration. What the outcome, if that is for the methodology he has used, that's something different than how it will influence or be weighted at the moment of weighting his testimony is something different. But for now, the question is legitimate, and your colleague started making a point on something which I think that now is not the moment. That was the point. So, and I would like to leave it here because we have to continue with this witness, because I see that Mr.
I fully agree.
Okay, but then...
For the question, okay. But the reference to the methodology, I cannot, cannot
yeah, but
agree.
the point
but
has been made. The point has been made. Yeah. And for this panel, it's enough to hear the same point made once and not twice. Mr. Prosecutor, please proceed.
Will there be a break, or do we continue until...
Yes, I think it is good to have a break for everybody. 15 minutes, yeah, so a short break. Thank you for mentioning that. Mr. Witness, we will have a break of 15 minutes, and then we continue till 4 o'clock. Yeah, bear with us a little bit more, and thank you for your efforts this afternoon. Yes, good. Madame Curtis will accompany you.
Thank you. I have all the patience in the world if my contribution here is going to be of any value to elucidate things.
So, 15 minutes. Hearing is adjourned.
All rise. All rise.
Please be seated. Welcome back. I see that on the right-hand side, the SPO is in the same composition. The same goes for the Victims' Council. And here on my left-hand side, yes, Mr. Awini, thank you. Mr. Shala is here with us, so we can proceed. Let me do some estimation of some planning before we call the witness in. I noted that the SPO indicated that it will still need some 20 minutes. Did I?
Hopefully,
or
even
half an hour.
15.
Let's.
No. I'm trying to say maybe even less than that.
Okay. Let us see. That Victims' Council. How much time would you need?
As we've seen with the SPO's cross-examination, that's rather going to depend on the witness and on the interruptions. But I would think realistically somewhere between 20 minutes and 40 minutes.
Okay, very well. And then, will we go for a second round?
Until now, no second round, I think so.
Okay, good. Let us see where we stand. I will, anyway, thank you for this information, Defense Counsel. Next Tuesday afternoon, if there would be the need to proceed, would the defense be available?
I'm afraid I am not, Mr. President. I'm afraid I'm not. No, really. I have a real appointment and it's fixed until a long time and it's difficult for me to avoid it.
Yes, no, yeah.
Even with my best, you can trust me.
No, I do trust you. And it's not possible to have the members of your team as co-counsel being here in court.
We will try to discuss about it and to provide you
Just,
an
I'm trying to see when this witness could come, and we have, we have courtroom availability issues to take on board. Of course, we should have to see if the defense witness, of course, is available. And we already inquired with Victims' Counsel. Can we put on record that you would be available, Victims' Counsel?
On Tuesday, certainly, Your Honour. And clarifying what I said earlier, Your Honour raised the possibility of Wednesday and Friday, and I told you we were flying on Wednesday after court, which is correct. But we were anticipating that case 6 would sit all day, so we'll be free and available to attend on Wednesday, but not on Friday.
Okay, it's good that you clarified that because I misunderstood what you said.
I probably didn't explain it as well as I should have done.
So Wednesday afternoon. Okay, but yes, we will not go into that. For now, it's Tuesday afternoon.
If Your Honor want to know the information that we have about the witness himself, would
Oh,
that help?
if you have that,
Yes. The information that we have is that he is scheduled to fly back at the end of the week, of this week. So if next week, we will have to see, but it will have to be through video link then.
Okay, because he will already be back home.
Exactly. I don't know if it's Saturday or Friday, but at the end of the week, that was what we know from WIPSO.
Yes, but our question then would be if he could make himself available to be here on Tuesday. I mean, plane tickets can be rescheduled, so it's more about his availability on Tuesday to be here and then to fly back on Wednesday. That would be the question for the witness. Very well, and the SPO?
We are available any day next week, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good. And then a double check for, but I think it could have been a misunderstanding from my side, but Wednesday afternoon, would there be availability from, yes, that's, and from the defense part on Wednesday afternoon, so not Tuesday, but Wednesday?
I have to check to be sure, but I will answer before the end of the hearing.
Thank you. Good. Yes. Then we will proceed with the last part of the cross-examination. Madame Court Usher, could you usher the witness in, please? And no, we have to try to speak slower and wait more time. And that's also directed to the panel. That would be to me. Welcome back, Mr. Witness.
Yes,
We
we
will-
did.
Thank you.
With the last part of the cross-examination by Mr. Prosecutor. Mr. Prosecutor, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Witness. Mr. Witness, do you have a Facebook account?
Paul,
Yes.
Your Honors, one of the documents that Your Honors have decided I could not use is, in fact, the homepage of the witness's Facebook account. I had it in my, that would be SPOE 00341041. I had put it in my list just to authenticate that that's his Facebook account, and I'm happy to do so if Your Honors would prefer. Otherwise, I can just proceed by showing the posts that I'm interested in.
It's necessary to show that page, but for us it was not at first sight clear, but with this explanation it makes sense. But if we have now heard the evidence of the witness that he has a Facebook account,
Now,
we can also pull it up if there's no objection from the side of the defense. Now I see them nothing. So just to have a clean record on that we can verify that indeed that we are looking at the Facebook account that is Mr.
now
Mahmoudis.
account would be
Mahmoudis.
the ERN would be SPOE 003-41041 dash 003-41042.
Thank you. Yes, you can proceed.
And the first page of that ERN range, please. Mr. Mahmoud, is this your Facebook page profile?
Paul,
Yes.
Or we can take the document down. Could I please have on the screen post that we captured from we took from the witness's Facebook account. It's dated the 11th of November 2020. It will be just a few days after arrests conducted by the SPO. The ERN is SPOE 003-41067 dash 003-41067. The English has the same ERN but with a dash ET in the end.
Please proceed.
Could you perhaps enlarge the original so that the witness can read it? Mr. Witness, this is a statement of yours that you posted on the 11th of November 2020, and it reads, "Specialist chambers and specialist prosecutor's office have nothing in common with justice institutions. They are a political, criminal enterprise with the aim to convict the liberation war of Kosovo people." Do you recognize that statement as a statement that you yourself posted on your Facebook profile?
This is a statement taken out of a wider context, which needs to be explained. Otherwise, taken just a statement out of a context can be interpreted as a self-incriminating statement. Therefore, I need to explain the context in which this statement was written.
Is the answer to the question that you recognize it as a statement you have posted?
This is a synthesis of a wider writing. Yes, it's a statement that requires to be further clarified.
To be seen, but I want to hear from you if you can confirm if this is a statement posted by you. That's not so difficult to question. There's a yes or a no or I don't know. Bo. So
Yes. Yes.
If I'm wrong, that isn't this the entirety of what you posted on that day for your audience on Facebook? Or is there more that we can't see in that post?
This is a writing that has been published in the press, and the synthesis of that article is here. The article is wider, and it provides a full reasoning that led me to this finding.
All you posted for your audience on Facebook on that day, correct?
The article was published in all the media in Kosovo, and I did not want to upload it here. That article, I can provide that article for you to see it.
Soundbite to your audience in choosing what to draw from your article. You didn't choose other parts. You chose to post this, correct?
Precisely for this reason, there's a need for clarification. Otherwise, it can be considered as a self-incriminating, which, as per Rule 151.1 of the rules,
why would this be self-incriminating?
So this portrays my political stances here. For me to qualify a legal entity as a criminal enterprise can be perceived as a mistake which I have made. So in practical terms, if I were to just admit and say yes, it would equal to me self-incriminating. Therefore, this needs to be clarified.
I don't see any self-incrimination in the sense of the article you just cited. So we will stay away from that for sure. I would not worry about that. Mr. Prosecutor.
Thank you. And I think we can move on to, I'm done with this document, Your Honor, and I would like to move on to the next one.
Please proceed, Madam Court Officer.
It's
Thank you.
an interview that I understand you gave on the 23rd of February 2022 during the RTK Prime TV show. And first of all, do you recall taking part to the talk show called RTK Prime on the 23rd of February 2022? Because if not, I can refresh your memory with another post of yours.
In my recollection, there was a post where that was announced, and we did not admit for it because we did not see the relevance of announcing that there was a television show.
I had included it just in case that the witness could not remember, and that. But if the witness remembers participating, it's not necessary for me to request Your Honors to reconsider that decision.
Okay. Yes.
Do you remember taking part to that show, Mr. Mahmouti?
I remember very well taking part in this discussion debate. However, I don't know what have you taken out of that debate. If you have the entire show, you will see my positions. However, if you extract specific statements taken out of the context, they could be misinterpreted.
This is the penultimate document that I need to show to the witness. I will have another one after this, and then I'm done, just to give the panel an idea of how long we have left. Now, if we could please have SPOE 003-41152 -003-41158. That would be the Albanian version. For the English, the range is SPOE 003-41153 -SPOE 003-41156 -ET. It's to put to him.
And the purpose of this document?
Is to put to him statements that he made during that show and to authenticate them.
Thank you. Please proceed, Madam Court Officer.
Now, Your Honor, in the title of this broadcast, this talk show, as it was advertised on the Facebook page of Mr. Mahmouti, is Giucata Speciale, which I understand means specialist chambers. So the topic was the specialist chambers. Now, at year end, so for the Albanian would be SPOE 003-41154, the last paragraph.
I could not read it. Can you zoom in, please, the first part?
The right page.
I understand.
And I would like to draw your attention to the last paragraph. Now, in English, it is the next page than the one that is being shown right now. It's the last paragraph. Now, your opinion is that the aim of putting the Kosovo Liberation War in the accused dock and making KLA responsible for the crimes stitched up in the labs of the Serbian secret services is only political. The aim is to punish this war and precisely to rewrite the history of what happened in Kosovo to the detriment of the Albanian people and to the detriment of Kosovo's independence, said Mahmouti. Now, my first question is, Mr. Mahmouti, this is a statement that you made without having read any of the publicly available judicial documents issued by this court. Is it correct?
Shall we first ask if he made this statement?
By all means, Your Honor. Did you make this statement during RTK Live? Then we can talk about contest. But are your words in that show fairly reproduced in this article?
Po.
Yes, I have said them. These are accurate statements. However, as it is stated here, everything that was taken as evidence from these secret services to qualify the Kosovo Liberation Army as a joint criminal enterprise was inadmissible because when the head of the commission in Serbia who gave evidence to the prosecution office says that they directed the prosecutor's office to conduct their investigations. The purpose is for the KLA and the Albanian people to be put in the accused dock. This was my position at the time, and this is my position now.
Again, is it, my understanding is correct that in making this statement, when you make this statement, you still have not read, for example, judgments or indictments or other publicly available judicial documents issued by this court, correct?
Kam lexuar.
I have read the stance of the Serbian government bragging with the evidence they have given and provided. I suffice myself reaching this political position.
Thank you, Mr. Mahmouti. Your Honor, I'm done with this document. I'm moving on to my last document. Now, Your Honor, this is another Facebook post by Mr. Mahmouti. I have 2 or 3 questions. First, with regard to its authorship, and then I have 2 or 3 questions, and I'm putting it to him for the same reasons as I put the other posts. So may I be allowed to proceed?
Please proceed.
The year end would be SPOE 003 41144 dash 003 41147, and that's the Albanian. With the English, it's SPOE 003 41144 dash SPOE 003 41145 dash ET.
Yes, you may proceed, but meanwhile, Mr. Prosecutor, the purpose is to authenticate these posts and
to ask the witness
Yes.
about some questions about the meaning of that post, the basis for that post,
Okay.
and his stance today on that post.
Very well, thank you.
And this is the last Facebook post of yours that I will ask you to comment on, Mr. Mahmouti. Now, this is a Facebook post. Can you read it?
Yes, I can.
December 2022. It is the date in which the Kosovo Specialist Chambers issued judgment convicting Salim Mustafa, and this is currently on appeal, but convicting Salim Mustafa for counts of arbitrary detention, cruel treatment, torture, and murder committed against Kosovar Albanian civilians. It's worth noting that on this date, the publicly available version of the judgment was not yet available. I think it was published for the first time in January. Now, you stated, and I quote, "The unjust conviction of Nazmi Aradine, Husni Guzzati, and Salim Mustafa is testimony that the court established on the basis of a political stitch-up was not set up to remove the defamatory charges against the KLA, but to put it in the accused dock and convict it. There will be no justice without dismantling this political stitch-up." Do you still stand by this statement today, Mr. Mahmouti?
I stand by it, and there is a need to further clarify, as you asked, Mr. Prosecutor, for explanations. The issue of beliefs of some people in Kosovo that the court would be created, established, with the purpose of elucidating and shining light on the innocence of the KLA. At the time, I was against the establishment of this court. I launched a public appeal to all MPs of the Assembly of Kosovo. I expressed my political views and positions, indicating that there's no place in the world where a court is created to prove whether somebody is guilty, is innocent or guilty. A court is established to shed light on crimes committed. In Kosovo, there were crimes against civilians, murders, irrespective of their ethnicity. And over 10,000 Albanians were killed. This needs to be elucidated. And in this case, the court would be more than necessary. However, when those responsible, starting from the head of the Serbian state and the Serbian Secret Service, which admits that they have committed so many crimes that this would bring the Serbian state to its knees, without
that we have heard. So I don't want to hear that again, because for me it is clear. And so then you can just refer. No, we stop here. Because I see the background of of this statement, but I prefer not to go into it again, because we have it on record several times.
Again, how would you feel comfortable stating that the charges are defamatory without having read the reasons for which these charges were considered to be true? And I remind you that the victims were Kosovar Albanians in this trial.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your microphone.
No, allow me. Mr. Witness, before you answer the question, I first want to give the floor to Mr. Defense Counsel. You have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor. We object to the prosecutor asking the witness for his level of comfort on political opinions shared in his sphere on TV shows or on Facebook. He explained that it is a political opinion. He wanted several times to explain the background, the political background. This is a gentleman who has been involved in the public affairs for so long, in TV shows, in Facebook posts. He has posted opinions. He's asked about it. Let him explain the political background of it, but not the level of comfortable. He's not making a statement to a court of justice to say, how are you comfortable making those opinions? We have to put that into context. Those are personal, political contributions to his public affairs of the country that he belongs to, as many people, holding office or not, have done throughout the history
Okay.
of
I
the
will
new
interrupt
Kosovo.
you now, Defense Counsel, because if I understand you right, you are objecting to the question asked, which has already also been answered. Is that, and now the next question,
I don't think
I
it
don't-
was answered, Your Honor.
but then I don't understand very well the point you're making.
Your Honor, the question is, how do you feel comfortable? That's not a question, Your Honor.
Shall we then just ask the prosecutor to reformulate the starting of the sentence? Huh? Could you reformulate your question in this aspect?
How could
Because,
you?
yeah, because I see the point of the defense counsel that the question is for what it starts with could be sharper. So please.
Don't you think that to draw a conclusion on whether the charges against someone are defamatory, it would be helpful to read the reasoning of a judgment, the statements of witnesses, Kosovo Albanians who has testified in this court of law, on the basis of which a trial panel has reached a conclusion? Would that not be helpful in reaching the conclusions that you have reached for apparently all the trials, all the judgments that we have discussed today?
Mr. Witness, did you understand the question?
The fact that I'm here today in front of this court testifies to the fact that I discern between my political beliefs and judicial proceedings. I accept the judicial proceedings as such, and that's why I have accepted to come and say what I know in relation to these proceedings. But the moment I come here and I'm confronted with a number of political positions, I am surprised how the Specialist Prosecutor's Office never distanced itself from the position of Milovan Drečun, who says that they didn't know what to do. I told them how to act and how to approach the KLA, against the KLA.
Mr. Witness, so, Mr. Prosecutor, I don't know if you want to pursue this.
I would like to pursue it a little more, Your Honor.
Okay, but then please try to keep the witness to answering your question, because I'm here now telling him that that's not an answer to your question. And if you say it's also interesting, that was not your question.
You have expressed opinions that can be political, that can be your personal opinions, to your public on Facebook, in your role as a public figure in Kosovo, through your personal Facebook account. And you made it clear today that the opinions that you expressed about the proceedings before this court were expressed without the benefit of having read any of the documents issued by this court. Only one side, only what this person said during an interview or your perusal of search sources. My question is, don't you think that it would have been more appropriate and would help you to reach a more reliable conclusion to also read the judgments, read what the witnesses, the Kosovo Albanians in this case, had to say before calling that charges defamatory, political, and created by the Serbs?
I don't understand the use of the word defamatory. I already have the wish to say it before. but I don't consider it's defamatory. This is the opinion in free speech from the witness. We agree, we disagree, we are disappointed or we are upset, but defamatory, I don't even aware there is a complaint, a procedure, so why to use the word defamatory?
Because the witness
as
used it.
It was an objective
Shall we wait for each
situation.
other?
Yeah, thank you.
Your Honor, it was used by the witness in his Facebook post.
Defense counsel, that was the answer. It's used by, the SPO said it's used by Mr. Witness himself.
So if you want to answer my question, that would be my last question.
You guarantee
I can reassure you that as soon as I find the time, I shall read all the judgments, the public judgments, and I shall give you my assessment as to on the basis of which arguments they have been reached. Without reading them, I abide by my political positions. It is my inalienable right to express my views and what I think about things.
Thank you, Mr. Witness, for your patience. Your Honors, this concludes my cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Prosecutor. Then I will give the floor, after that we have now completed the cross-examination by the Specialist Prosecutor's Office, to Victims' Counsel. You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Shala. I'm going to start by asking the witness some questions about a document, which, for obvious reasons, I'm not going to ask to be put on the screen, but it may help to follow my questions if people, my colleagues opposite in the panel, want to open the document. It's item 2 on our presentation queue, again, not to be displayed, and its ERN is SITF 0001870 to 0001867, and it's page 3 of the document, which is SITF 0001872.
But is it to be discussed in public, Victims' Counsel?
Yes, we can discuss it in public. I'll be corrected if I'm wrong, but I'm just going to try to ask some short questions in relation to some of the information here.
Okay, but you don't want it to be pulled up. I mean, it's a different approach than we have done up till now. So I just want to have clear what your intention is.
My intention is, if one looks at the page that I've identified, at the 4th paragraph, it begins with a name, this witness's name, and then there's some information about it. And I want to see if I can ask the witness some questions about whether that information applies to him. It's not intended to be anything other than an opportunity for him to confirm what is here, but as I say, it can't be put onto the screen.
Yes, but the witness is not allowed to see the document. Is that what I understand?
If I show the witness the document, it will identify the source, potentially.
Please proceed.
Mr. Mahmouti, just a little background, please, sir. I'm going to ask you some questions. I'm the Victims' Counsel in this case, and good afternoon to you.
you the joy.
Good afternoon.
The question that I'm going to ask you first is one that you can answer yes or no. Did you establish a political party in Macedonia?
Po.
Yes.
Thank you. Was that the Albanian Democratic Union?
Po.
Yes.
Was founded in 2007 by you, was it not?
Po.
Yes.
You are originally from Macedonia and from the town of Tetovo, is that right?
Can we stick to open questions? Just.
Yes, sir.
Well, of course, but I don't suppose that I could mislead him about his place of birth. I didn't think it would be contentious. I apologise if it was. Where were you born, please? Where do you come from?
Jam I lindur
I was born in Tetovo.
In the decade after the war, did you appear on television in Kosovo at all?
kam qenë shumë shpesh
Yes, very often. Be it in Kosovo, be it in Albania, be it in Macedonia.
I wanted to ask about that document. I want to ask you next, Mr. Mawuti, about the town of Kukish. You told us yesterday, and it's page 2514 in the transcript at line 20, you told us that you had gone to Kukish in May of 1998. Do you remember that?
Po.
Yes.
You, how you remember that it was May of 1998? What had taken you to Cookers?
Më
We were dealing with the issue of mobilization for the Liberation War. I remember the month of May because in that month, in 1998, I was told to return to Switzerland to meet American delegations, which occurred in June 1998. This is what enables me to place myself in Cookers at that time.
Thank you. On that visit in May of 1998, did you go to a place called a metal factory at Cookish?
as që kam ditë
I wasn't even aware of the existence of a metal factory in Cookers. I have never been to a place called a metal factory in Cookers.
I wonder if we could just show some photographs of the building in question, with your honour's leave. They're number one on our presentation queue. It's SBOE 40001 0264 to 4001 0559.
Victims' Counsel, I see the Defense Counsel standing, so you have the floor.
Can we please know on what basis this is being shown to the witness and for what purpose, please?
Well,
I
I'm in Your Honour's
understood-
hands. I don't know of any rule that says I have to disclose the stipulated purpose behind every question. I'm asking him about his knowledge of the cooker's factory, and I want to show him some photographs. I can take it further, but the witness will need to withdraw.
Okay. We withdraw the witness. Madam Court Usher, could you bring the witness out? Mr. Witness, you will be ushered out for a few minutes. Defense counsel. Oh, sorry, victims counsel.
Thank you, Your Honour. This witness was in Cookish, he says, in May of 1998, and as the panel knows, we're interested in May of 1999, but he was in the town that we're interested in, and I want to ask him whether he went to the location that we're interested in, and he said no, he wasn't even aware of it. I want to be in no doubt with him that this is not a misunderstanding, so I want to show him some photographs that may jog his memory if he has been to this location. And if he says he hasn't, well, then that's an end of it, we'll know. But it's, with respect, seems to me a wholly legitimate thing for me to do.
Okay. I've heard your reasoning and it seems completely normal. Madam Court, completely legitimate. Madam Court Officer, could you bring the witness in? Thank you. At least ask Madam Court Usher to bring the witness in. Welcome back, Mr. Mahmouti. Please proceed, Victims' Counsel.
Thank you, Your Honour. Shall I repeat the ERN of the photographs? It's SPOE 40001024 to 40010559. And if we could have, with Your Honour's leave, please, the first of those photographs on the screen. So I'm just going to show you some photographs, Mr. Mahmouti, and see if it jogs your memory. In this photograph, we're looking from inside the compound that is the metal factory through some gates. Can you see the gates there and the road beyond?
Yes, I do see the iron gate as well as the road beyond.
Please. So here we're looking into the area that was once occupied by a metal factory.
I see it.
Mr. Mahmouti.
Let me be clear. I arrived in Kukës late in the evening. It was made clear to me that night that I needed to return to Iran, and Javed Halidi called me and gave me no explanation. We were staying at a house in Kukus. In the morning, I set off on an SUV. I was on my own and I arrived in Tirana. In Tirana, I was told to return to Switzerland, where I would have to meet the American delegation. I did not see a building like this, and the road that you described to me on that picture is not familiar. I can reassure you that I did not set foot in those locations that you mentioned, with the exception of that house where I spent a night.
Turn on, if we may. Can we see the next photograph? And the next one, please. And the next one again. And I think it's one more. Can we have one more, please? Yes. That building, is that building at all familiar to you?
I gave you my answer that during my stay in Kukus, I did not see a single building. I arrived late, I spent the night there, and I returned the day after. I traveled all day. In the evening, I met Javid Haliti. And I was assigned the task to be in charge of being able to represent the platform of the Kosovo Liberation Army in front of the American delegation.
Remember how you travelled to Albania on that occasion in May of 1998?
Nuk më kujtohet saktësisht.
I can't recall exactly.
Well, would it have been by plane into Renus Airport, by boat into Durrës, or by some other method?
Nuk më kujtohet, pa ka pas.
I can't recall. There were two options, though. Either taking the train up to Bari and from Bari to Durrës, or flying from Zurich to Tirana. And I can't recall exactly, so I cannot give you an answer. I never thought that I might be required to remember this. I didn't research it, so but I can't recall how I travelled now.
Nëse ju intereson si kam u.
If you're interested on my journey from Tirana to Kukus, I can tell you about it. The roads were appalling and it took us 16 hours.
If I was, I would ask you, sir, but I am interested in this journey in May of 1998, which you've been telling us about. Was your passport always stamped when you went into Albania?
Sa di unë,
As far as I know, yes.
vetëm nuk do të thotë që
Let me clarify, though. You asked me when I'd been to Kukus, not when I arrived in Albania, because I could have arrived in Albania in the month of April and gone to Kukus in May. So let us be clear about it. But I am certain that I was in Kukus in May.
Yes, I was just asking you whether your passport was always stamped when you arrived in Albania. Can we just be clear about that? Is it a yes or a no or a don't know?
me djenin time.
As far as I know, my passport was stamped on every single occasion when I entered or left.
Did people at this let's move on. When in the time of the war, did people cross into Albania without going through a border crossing?
Nga shtetet perëndimore,
Not from Western countries going to Albania, no. Because there is a sea to go through.
I'm aware there's a sea, thank you, but what about going from Kosovo into Albania and from Albania into Kosovo? Was that done at this time by using paths that did not take you through a border post?
jeni duke me pyetur diçka
You're asking a question on which I have no data. I don't know how other people made their way in or out. I personally did not do it.
Don't know if the KLA went from Kosovo to Albania or from Albania to Kosovo in ways that would avoid detection. You're saying you really don't know that? Is that your sworn evidence, Mr. Mahmouti?
jo
No, that's not what I stated. If you wanted to ask if Bardul X or Y or Z has made this crossing, I don't know, but it's publicly known that the entire arsenal that went for the support of the Kosovo Liberation Army, it crossed borders that were other than the customs points. But if you're asking me concretely, I cannot give you a single example about a certain person who did this or who did that.
Routinely crossed that border by other people, wasn't it? I'm not talking about you at the moment, but other members of the KLA crossed that border in a clandestine manner, didn't they?
në mënyrë të përgjithësuar
Generally speaking, the answer is yes. In more concrete terms, as how that happened, I cannot tell you about it because I never did that myself.
I want to move on to 1999. And yes, we can take the picture down. Thank you, Your Honour.
You can bring the picture down, Madam Court Officer.
In April of 1999, you were in Albania, is that right?
po
Yes.
Later in the year 1999 to Albania, but not to Kukish.
më vonë deri në cilën periudhë
Later, up until which point? 1999 would be from May until the 31st of December.
So, in the whole of 1999, did you go to Albania after April?
në Shqipëri kam shkuar në qershor
I went to Albania in June. And after the end of the war, I went to Pristina from Albania. After the end of the war, I went several times to Albania in my capacity as Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Provisional Government. I cannot recall the dates, though, because these were for official meetings at the level of a Prime Minister, President, Prime Minister, Speaker of Parliament, and all other political representatives.
Yeah, in April and in June of 1999, were you aware that the KLA had a base in Cookish?
Kur kam shkuar në Shqipëri,
When I went to Albania, I was there in my capacity as member of the steering council of the People's Movement for Kosovo. I did not go to Albania as a representative of the Kosovo Liberation Army because Javid Halidi was the one who represented the Kosovo Liberation Army in Albania.
Just bear with me, that's not the question that I asked you at all. Shall I repeat it? And you can answer it if you wish to, yes or no. When you went to Albania in April and in June of 1999, were you aware that the KLA had a base at Cookish?
unë nuk kam pas
I had no knowledge about the organization of the KLA in Albania and how the weapon supplies were done. It was an issue that did not include me, and for reasons of confidentiality. It was a question of secrecy according to the weapon supplies and so on and so forth, and I did not pay any attention to issues that were not related to my job. And the answer is that I know nothing about the existence of the bases in Albania or the organization of the KLA there.
You say you had no idea that the KLA had established a base in Cookish. Is that right?
saksisht.
Correct.
Very well. I'm going to move on to my last topic, and it's not going to take very long, and I'm going to try and do it, if I can be allowed just a little bit of leeway, I'm going to try and do it.
The problem is that we don't have to
All right.
So I think that
I'll-
we don't finalize. Apologies. We don't have leeway Victims Council today, and so if we cannot finalize this last part,
I'll try. With your honour's leave, I'll try. Mr. Mahmouti, I am the victim's counsel in this case. You understand that that is my role.
Shumë mirë.
I understand it very well.
Your view that there are, in fact, no victims in this case?
Jo.
It is not. You've misunderstood me. There are civilian victims, and they are numerous. The issue is who has killed them, and there is incontestable evidence. There are people called Nazim Blatter who had been ordered by the secret services to kill Albanian Serbs and others. There is another one called Slavko Nikic wearing the KLA uniform, and he is killed, and he admits it. He has put on the cover page of his book a picture of himself wearing a KLA uniform. There's other evidence of civilians who have been killed. All victims need their protection. All victims need justice, and I have the highest praise for all counsel who defend the victims. The issue here is to try and find the perpetrators of this tragedy.
And you correctly that you believe that people were harmed at Cookish, but that it was the Serbs who did it. Is that what you're saying?
Për person
I am convinced that regarding people in Kukus, this is a fabrication by Serb secret services. the person who has submitted files to the specialist prosecutors has said that they have given them the names of 6 detention centers in northern Albania. He does not mention them one by one, but
I'm asking you a very specific question. Are you saying that your view is that there were casualties, but that it was Serbs who did it?
I'm talking about victims in Kosovo, about fabricated evidence for outside Kosovo.
Asking you if it's not clear already, specifically about Kukish. Is your belief, Mr. Mahmouti, as you sit there today, that there are victims, but that it's the Serbs who committed the crimes against them? Could you answer that,
No.
yes or no?
I gave my answer that I do not believe that there have been any victims in Kukus. This is all a fabrication by sub-secret services, and that remains my position.
All right.
If you're not done, the Victims' Council, we have to stop here. But I will allow for, of course, for another moment.
I've got one question. Can I do it and then I'll be done?
Yes. I see that the Defense Council is standing. No, Defense Council is sitting.
Mr. Mahmouti, do you think it's possible that you have closed your mind to the truth?
Overruled.
Good answer.
You
No, I swear that had I had the slightest suspicion of the implication of Pietro Shala in any crime, I wouldn't have come here to testify. My conscience is clear about his innocence. I have come here to testify about the fabrications done by the Serbs and based on sources by the Serbs, by the person who says that they have proffered evidence to the prosecution's office. I wouldn't have come to defend Pietro Shala or anybody else on earth, because I myself, I am a victim of a former regime. My father was a victim of the former regime. And I know very well what it means to be a victim.
Thank you.
Thank you. Defense Counsel, would you like to go for a second round?
No, thank you very much. Kind of you.
Then, very well. Mr. Mahmouti, we have reached the end of your testimony. Yeah. And I would like to thank you for the effort you have put in these Tuesdays to give your testimony. And I believe it will assist us in reaching a verdict. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I thank the trial panel for giving me the opportunity to tell you about what I know, and whatever was said in closed session shall remain here. Thank you very much.
I remind you that you shall not discuss your testimony before the Kosovo Specialist Chambers. Yeah, do you understand that? Court officer, can you please assist the witness? Is there anything the Specialist Prosecutor's Office would like to raise with the panel at this moment in time?
No, Your Honors. One brief remark. I never meant during my examination to question the professionalism of the defense, with whom we had a long-standing cooperation, fruitful, and whose professionalism I have no doubts about. We were here to test the witnesses' evidence, and that's all we did. But I just want to put on the record that we have no doubts about the professionalism of the defense team that works in this trial.
Thank you. That's noted. Victims' Counsel.
No, nothing from us. Thank you, Your Honor.
Defense Counsel.
Absolutely nothing. Thank you very much.
Good. Then we will adjourn. We will sit again. We will reconvene in the week of the 2nd of October to hear two witnesses in that week. And then we will adjourn after giving my big thanks to the stenographer who worked very intensely today, and our interpreters, the audiovisual booth, and our security. The hearing is adjourned.
All rise.